Hi. Hello. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. Long time no see. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Oh my god. Hi. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back to my stream, my channel. Hi, we're back. We're back. Oh my goodness. How do I? Okay, it'll be good. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. It was only a few days, but I can't help that. And when... Oh my goodness, thank you! Moodwell, thank you so much for 11 months, and also thank you, Kivem, for also 11 months. Ooh, thank you. Almost a year. Oh my goodness. And thank you also for those, we have some follows that have come in from Mindful Fox, Jules Jenkins, Sweetie. Who else? Couch Potato, Sentin. I did that right. I got to see everyone again. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope everyone's fine. I hope everyone's good. It's always if I take like a more than a couple days. If I don't stream for more than a couple days, it feels like I'm what do I do? What do I say? Oh my god. Yo! Hello, happy Tuesday. How am I? I'm fine. I'm fine. My little trip went really good, and I had to take yesterday to, you know, settle back in, and also there was a little bit yesterday. I feel like I was almost I was thinking like, am I coming down with something? Some kind of summer flu. But hopefully, luckily it went away. It didn't go anywhere. Maybe it was just, you know, like no matter what, like being away from home is a little tiring. Tuesday, yay! Yeah, but I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad that we get to continue Higurashi today. I have to... I had to put my fan on. It hasn't been that hot today. It's raining. It's been raining for most of the day. And it shows only that it's 20 degrees. Which is... feels surreal. But it's still... it takes a little while for the, you know, inside of the cave to cool down, you know. Let me see. What's the oh 97% humidity. Oh my goodness. Still humid, but it's way less hot. Yeah. And also there was a little bit thunder yesterday. I heard rumbling. I heard the rumbling last night. That was a little scary. But I don't think it came close. I just heard. But it's cooler. I'm gonna keep my window open. It was 31 inside. Yeah, it's been similar over here. 30, 31. Now it's it showed 28 inside, which is, it's not great, but it's It's in the step in the right direction. Lurking while drinking coffee and installing Linux on my PC. Oh, good luck with that. Good luck with that. I've never gotten into Linux though. It's a little I don't know. I am a I don't know. I am fine with Windows. I don't really get that stuff. But good luck. Good luck. I hope it goes good. And I hope everything there's no problems. I'm a Windows normie. Yeah. But wow. A lot of cool streams coming up this week, so I am excited. Sorry if I'm a little rusty today, because, you know, but we shall continue Higurashi with which I am really excited about. We got left off in such a like yesterday's stream, the last stream. That was really hilarious. I had such a fun time. Yesterday. Well, yesterday. You see. It's as if my mind has like a streaming timeline and then not. Bleh. Action gains 10% strength the day you're away. Really? It does? It does sound different, really. Well, I haven't spoken English in a few days, so maybe. Last time you did something with your PC, you erased your save file, so yeah, I better. It's you know. It's not like I erased them. They're still there, and actually I had to. I just a little while ago I had to reconnect my old PC because I realized I had left some files. I had left some files in there that were important, and I had to go fetch them. And there they were. Safe and sound. And also, if I wanted to, I could have also taken my save from there, but it's already, you know, what's done is that I forgot. I was just thinking about other stuff. I'm not speaking English a long time because there's a bit of a rally England. Well, I think it's a charm point, I think. Like digging through old forgotten hard drives for treasures. Oh, yeah. I have... My dad, it was a couple years ago, but he found some USB drives that had my old drawings, like, you know, when I mean old, I mean like when I was just using computer for the first time and I was drawing with mouse and Microsoft Paint. So yeah, I was like, oh, those great stuff. I think I should have them. I should have the drive somewhere. I had an idea long time ago that I would show some of my old drawings on stream. It would be fun. It would be fun and funny, but also a little embarrassed because it might be a little my young me had some particular interests back then that I don't really have anymore, but it was back then. It was back then. I have a box full of drawings when I was little, and I was 10 10 to 15 years old. Bit nostalgic to look at those. Yeah, I have some edgy. Yeah. A lot of edgy stuff. Yeah, a lot of edgy stuff. Not all of it, but a lot of edgy stuff. You know, oh my goodness. If you guys, some ponies. Oh yeah, ponies. That was a little later though. I wasn't really young anymore when I had my pony thing going on. But yeah, I used to. There is actually, there is. MLP fan art on the internet drawn by me back when I wasn't really anybody. I wasn't really anybody, but there's some. Of course, I used a different name. I used a pseudonym back then, so you wouldn't know. But there's there is some MLP fan art that I have drawn. Yeah. What's a VTuber career if it's not an embarrassment ritual? Oh my god, like I have some actually. There's some MLP themed drawings that I am super proud of, even though they are really old, like many years old. And I put so much effort into them, and they're really good drawings, I think, but they're I don't know. It's a little hard to show them to anybody who doesn't get it. And also I had a lot of headcanons. And you know, I was into like fan fiction, so the drawings weren't really about like the MLP show. They were mostly about, you know, fan fiction, and like my own theories. I'm still a fan. I'm still a fan. If I see some MLP stuff, like it makes my heart warm a little bit, because it was a big part of my life. Our homework for today would be to find her old drawings, guys. I would be really. I'm not sure if that's possible. I think my style has changed so much, so I don't know if that would be possible. And like some stuff I have taken down, like, you know, my old DeviantArt account. My old DeviantArt account I had to take down because that was back when I was a little dumb kid, I was too personal. I put too much personal stuff in my DeviantArt account. You know, if anyone of you guys use DeviantArt, there was this, like, you could like write, you could put drawings in there, but also you could write journals. I think it was called journals. It was just like text. You could write text, post texts and stuff. Also, you could, of course, you could, you know, write stories and stuff. But oh my god, I was so, I was way too oversharing stuff on my DeviantArt, like, like I wasn't really a big thing in DeviantArt. Like, I had couple of my friends and back in class in troll school who were using DeviantArt, so we were just following each other, but still. We wrote blogs. Blogs were really cool. I really liked reading blogs. Back then, there was a lot of like, there was a lot of blogs on the internet. I really liked reading blogs. I followed a lot of blogs. Yeah, DeviantArt was fun back then. Yeah, it was fun. It was strange but fun. Yeah. Yeah, it was of its time. I never used MySpace. Actually, I'm not sure if MySpace was that big of a thing in Finland even. I kind of used DeviantArt for the same. Similarly that I've heard that people used MySpace. I did the same thing with DeviantArt. Oh, that was a big tangent, but yeah, that was a little lore. How did this happen? I have spilled my beans, my big secrets. Okay, someday I will show you some drawings from my past. Was DeviantArt good at some point? I mean, not cursed. Well, your mileage may vary. I think it depended on what kind of. There was a lot of sub communities in DeviantArt that had their own, thing going on. I didn't really find it I think or either I'm really weird or I'm really weird, but like I don't know. I just found it cool back then. Yeah. IRC, yeah. I didn't get the gallery. Yeah, it was kind of like a. It was not similar to Facebook, but people put pictures in there and followed each other. Like I never understood it. I went to like look at it. I went to look at it once because I heard that some like cool kids used gallery. And I was like, this looks boring. What's the what's the point? I'm going back to Deviant. and if I recall, I made Deviant art into 2024. I think it still exists. I think it still exists, yeah. Let me see. Deviant art. Yeah, it's still up. It's still there. What? 25? Is 20? Oh my goodness! This year! This year is the 25th anniversary of DeviantArt. Oh my goodness, it's... DeviantArt has grown up! Wow! I wonder when I made my... I wonder when I made my first account. I have had many accounts. I think it was... I remember it, but how old? And so 2000s. Archeotech that burning through their accounts. I don't know. It was different eras. I think I have. There was a lot of people who I've seen people who have used like the same account names or nicknames on the internet for like decades even, but I don't know. I don't know. I've just felt the need sometimes to change. Change. And maybe like when I also when I grew older or up, I was like, okay, this I don't feel like this anymore. I need to reinvent. Take on another name. It's just what I've been doing. I don't know. Yeah. I would be a little stressed out if I had used the same name always, because you would like find, I don't know. It brings me peace of mind in some way. In hindsight, it brings me peace of mind that no one knows. No one knows, and it's just in my head, and maybe some long time people who I don't really know anymore. I feel like I'm really sensitive not to abandon an account. Username if someone comments it's bad. Maybe it was just my own. Maybe it's me. Because I've always, I don't know. I always it's hard for me to come up with nicknames for myself. It's always been hard. Like I've seen some people have really cool nicknames on the internet, and it's just then it's just then I just like, okay, I don't really vibe with this one anymore. Then time to time to change. I'm surprised that I've been I have, yeah, no longer feel like the same person. Now I feel there's a lot of I don't know. There's a like the way you are online. It's a lot of it. It's the name and you know the profile picture. It's such a big thing. I don't know. Yeah, but no one said anything like my bad. It's just it was myself. Myself. Yeah. Oh, it's fun to reminisce about the old days. The old days. But it's really I'm also excited to go play the game. As Garpy since 2014, I think. Then I switched to Mood Wet. 2020 and kept it ever since. Never done Mood Wet. Those are so serious enough for Russian. I think I keep it. It's a funny nickname. Got free have history. Yeah. Also, yeah, it's yeah, the history aspect. Also, if you use the name for a long time, it's like becomes part of your identity. Then it feels weird to be something else. I don't know. It's a mysterious. Yeah. Hey, let's go to the game. Oh, hi. Hey. Also, before I could flash the schedule. This week's schedule. It looks like this. Yeah. We're gonna have another Higurashi stream on Friday. Then there's a couple new games I wanna check out, and also there's a Portal related event going on Saturday that I wanna. It's kind of similar. You guys remember the Half-Life Blue Shift event last year? Or was it last year? Anyway, it was similar idea, but with Portal. Yeah, it's perfectly on the same time that I would stream anyway. So yeah. Okay. Sounds fun. Yeah, I was really happy that I saw that it's going on. So it's the idea is that people are gonna try to break the record of all time players of Portal, the first Portal. We had the similar. There was a similar event with Half-Life Blue Shift. I can't remember if it was last year or early this year. I think it was last year. Blue Shift didn't come out last year. It was 2000. Yeah. Of course. What? What? Our life is pretty recent. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Sanae. Sanae face. Okay, where's Higurashi? Higurashi. Okay. Boom. So last time, there was a lot of fun things, but also a lot of drama. There was, it got revealed that there is indeed. Oh my goodness!
Take my money, you silly troll.
Oh my goodness, thank you! Thank you, and thank you, Brewster! Thank you! Thank you. Get yourself also, get something fun for yourself as well. Yeah. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. It's a cool opening, but I prefer the anime openings. They're like, well, they're super iconic, so especially the second season opening. It's like a big meme. Big meme. I remember there was a lot of people making different versions of it. What's this game? This Higurashi no Nakukoro It's a visual novel with a lot of mysteries. Also fun slice of life. This is a fun slice of life game. Don't think of anything. There's nothing strange going on. Can you show the anime opening after the stream? I can. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Thinking copyright. Never saying it would be interesting. I can show there might be some. I don't know. Is there? I wouldn't say there's huge spoilers in the second one. But still, there are some spoilers. But the first one, sure. I think I prefer. I really like the song in the first one. Season 1 OP is fire, yeah. Yeah, I think I prefer the first one. Oh, it's really hard to compare because the other one is really emotional, especially when you know, understand the story. But I don't know. The first one is just really ominous. It really sets the tone. There's a really. It sounds really good. It sounds very Higurashi, like the story in a song, you know? Yeah. It got a sound simulator. Actually, after the last stream, I rewatched some of the first episodes of the show, the anime. I think I watched like 5 episodes. And I was amazed how fast it went. I was laughing a lot because it was like, slow down, slow down, it's so fast. Like, of course, when I watched it for the first time, I hadn't read the visual novel, so it's just like, okay, this is just how it is. But now when I've read some of it, it feels so fast. There's like all of the like, it's just the main story parts. Just the main story parts, like bum 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 bum. And also, the 5th episode. Like, if you think like anime episode is about 25 minutes, or maybe 20 minutes if you cut out the opening and the ending. Like the the whole of this that we have gone through of this second part of the visual novel was just one episode of anime. So it was like it starts in the beginning, and then in the end of the episode it gets revealed that Shion gets introduced, and then later in the episode it gets revealed that, oh my god, she's actually real. It was so funny. But I still think if I'm not saying it's like I'm not saying it's bad, but you know, it was a good introduction. Yeah. It's a lot to say, like, oh, you gotta read like eight visual novels to understand the story, but it's way more easier to like, oh, what's this anime? you know, especially nowadays, people don't have time. People don't have time to read. Sometimes goes via an anime, but yeah. They skipped the 3 hours of mental ping pong in the maid cafe. I cannot. That was just such keynote. That was such great story. I cannot. I will. And I don't know. There some of it. It felt a little strange because the Shion like immediately like gets a crush on yeah, the cafe arc. And also when they go on the little date at the end, it doesn't like feel the same because they haven't built their relationship. Yeah. Whole story is absolute nonsense. Well, that is okay. That is okay if you think it's okay if you think that way. It's not everyone's. It's not for everyone. I thought I was a little. I remember when I started the anime, I was interested in the mystery plot, and I wasn't really into the game, the life stuff, the slice of life stuff. I thought it was a little obnoxious. But after over time, I really grew to like the characters a lot, and also because the game stuff, it really pays off in the end, in the story. Like, so I was like, there's actual reasons for things to happen. Stockholm syndrome. But I'm happy to read this because there's a lot of new things, a lot of new stuff. Oh yeah. Or I have the, what's it called? The thing, when you have put time into things, sunk cost fallacy. Sunk cost, nah. Continue, yeah. End of chapter 5, yeah, I think that's, yeah. Load. Yes. Banana. Okay, yeah, looks. The wacky music. Okay, continue. Okay, the next day. It was a strange day where Mion was desperate to regain her composure. Every time I was met, she would say that she had something to do or that she had to use the washroom and run off. Unable to just watch when I was taking care of her the entire time.
今日のミオンさん、徹底的に変ですわね。
Sorry, that was a little loud. Jump scare.
一部始終を知ってはいるんだが、なんとも説明しづらい。
女の子には不安定になる時もあるのです。
Unstable? Really? No. No, not true. Not true. What? Aren't guys emotionally? Guys are never. Guys are always cool as cucumber. Never. Always stable.
放っておいてあげるのが一番なのですよ。
You think? Locked in and enraged. Simple. Such simple creatures. Turning around, I saw Rina calling me from the hallway. Guys are always emotionally unstable. Yeah, there was a lot of, I think, guys get more into fist fights. I think, yeah. I wonder if...
ケイチ君、こっちこっち。
なんだよ、こんなとこに呼んで。内緒話か？
その、災難だったみたいだね。
Yeah, it was. I made a mistake. I misunderstood.
みーちゃん、かなり壊れてたけど、なんとか直しておいたから。
Good.
よく直せたな。
Good.
一体どうやって？
テレビと同じ。
You hit it? Like poo poo.
斜め45度くらいの角度で、えいって。
Ah. Ow. Oh, thank you. I'm fixed. I'm fixed now. I was broken, but now I'm fixed. Saying that, she made a chopping motion. Chop, chop. Chop, chop. You know, I can't tell if you're choking or not, right?
明日からは大丈夫だから。だけど、ケイチ君にもお願いしたいことがあるの。
悪気はないんだが、なぜか罪の意識もある。何でも聞くぞ。
うん、助かる。
It's me! Yeah! I'm back! I'm back! Good to see everyone again!
みーちゃんはね、昨日までの数日間のこと、なかったことにするから。
Huh? Never happened, huh? I see. Well, that's one way to run from
だ
it.
からね、ケイチ君もなかったことにしてあげて。
Could I pretend to?
それでみーちゃん、いつも通りだから。
I could try.
そんな簡単なことで、本当に大丈夫なのか？
Did you know that the Hyrax makes exactly that? Yes! I love Hyraxes. Do you guys know Hyraxes? It's an animal. It's a really weird animal. But everyone, I think I feel really I relate to them. I relate to them. They sleep. They like to sleep and they go. I'd be like you as well with those. Yeah, they They have like vampire fangs almost. Dubious Mountain's rat rabbit creature, yeah. And they're also really mysterious, like evolutionarily, in a biological sense. They're really weird, animals. I had like heard of them. It was not long ago that I like actually went to look on YouTube, like what do they look like, what are they like, and I instantly fell in love. Instantly fell in love with them. They're so great. But they live far away, so I don't think I'm ever gonna see one in real life. But luckily there's YouTube.
お願いだから、みーちゃんの心の整理がつくまで、そっとしておいてあげてよ。
Okay.
わかったよ。
Even though I shouldn't have been at fault, for some reason I feel guilty. It was complicated misunderstanding. Yeah, they have fangs, yeah. Where they kind of look like capybaras, but they have fangs. Yeah. Weird. And they're not as chill as capybaras are. Yeah, sloth. Oh yeah, I love sloths as well. They make fun noises too. Yeah, I would love to hug a sloth, but not gonna happen. I would love to have one climb on me. They're great. They just wanna eat leaves and sleep. The one at fault here was the one who knew about the entire situation, pretended to be Mion for the entire day Shion. But she never once said that she was Mion. What am I supposed to be angry at? See me stomping the ground impatiently when I giggled.
でも、ケイチくんもわかったでしょ？みーちゃんにも可愛いところがあるんだって。
And I talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind.
Ah.
And there's this nice depiction of hands. Like when you get used to them, they're kind of genius, I think, the hands. Very like and it feels like more of a deliberate style choice rather than like bad drawing skills.
退屈しないやつだということが分かった。
Or I'm brainwashed.
よかった。
Following this curt reply, Rena looked up at the sky and stretched.
ケイチくんがそれに気づいてくれれば、この数日間の出来事はすぐに笑い話になるんだよ。
Really now? Well, nice guy. Nice guy, by the way. Yeah, I kind of like it. They're different. Yeah, I also like them. I don't. A lot of people make fun of it, but it's iconic. Mies. Yeah, they're from this. Yes. Clear sky towered into the distance.
今日は部活も何もなし。今日だけは申し訳ないけど、ケイチくん、下校は一人でいいかな。
Yeah.
明日からは元通りだから、今日だけ。ね。
Yeah. If all it took for everything to go back to normal was to leave me on alone for today, then it was an easy decision to make.
分かったよ。
Seeing that hairline proportion and keeping in mind the hands, I'd say it's a style choice but made out of like a scale. Hairline? Yeah, the the foreheads are really small because the eyes are really big. I don't know. I don't know, the hair looks very much like 2000s anime. I think the only thing I really dislike is how the hands go from blobs to having fingers, even on different hands, same drawing. Makes you feel more indie and low budget, which turns makes you feel soulful. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
ミオンに面と向かって言えないからレナに言っと
Yeah,
く。
we talked about it before. Or like I said something like, it feels like a backhanded compliment. But I think I said something that about like it's inspiring that if you have a great story idea, that it doesn't matter if your art is it feels it feels like I'm mocking it, but I'm not trying to mock it. I'm just saying like even the art is not to everyone's tastes, you can still make something great if you just do it. Yeah.
なんだか申し訳ないな。謝る。
And it contrasts with the little bit darker tones that happen.
元はといえば、ケイチ君が無
Meat
神経
and
なことを
hands
言うか
kind
ら
of
いけなかった
terrify
ん
me
だ
on the
よね。
plus side. So you could play baseball really well. Yeah, that doesn't need a baseball. Doesn't need a baseball glove. Say something
これに
sensitive.
懲りて、少しはデリカシーってものを身につけるんだよ。
Delicacy.
へいへい、努力します。
Delicate. I'm gonna be holding me on like a delicate flower. She is. That day was the shortest day of my life. Rena was talking to me on like accompanying her around the entire time. It looked like a really fun conversation, so I reflexively thought about joining in, but I had made a promise not to. It seemed that Mion was also trying her best to ignore me. So likewise, I did my best to ignore her. For the first time in a while, I ate lunch alone. Mion and Rena ate theirs by themselves. As I let out a sigh in my ashen mood, Rika-chan came over and patted me on the head.
ケイチもミーもいっぱいいっぱいお勉強しましたですね。
I never say it like that. It made it sound like we were having a romantic problem. I didn't like that one bit. Hopefully the teacher wouldn't notice and call us to the staff room after school or
きっ
something.
とケイチは素敵な大人になれますですよ。なでなで。
Pat, pat, pat. I have coffee.
リカちゃんはお勉強家だからすごい素敵な大人になれそうだな。
もちろんなのですよ。
Of course.
僕は大人になったらすごいすごいのです。
Yes. I believe.
私も大人になったらすごいレディーになるんですのよ。
Sugoi lady. But you already are Sugoi lady, Satoko. Art exists to depict things, to share ideas. It's symbolical in nature, so it doesn't really matter if it's made by a genius like Kentaro Miura or by someone who doesn't really have that amount of skill. It's the function that matters in the end. Yeah, but also, you know, Miura was also good, always good, but like if you compare to the first chapters of Berserk, like you could say that he wasn't that good yet as he became, like if you look at the like the later arcs. But yeah, also there was still, you know, improvement. Progressed much, yeah. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
サトコはいくつになってもお子様だと思うぞ。かけてもいい。
Still be a brat. Like that cheeky face. As Satoko snapped her fingers, a wash basin fell from above, hitting me squarely in the head. Oh, that was really fun. I saw this. This was in the anime. It was really well, and really fun gag. Bada 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 bam bada bam.
何しやがんだ、サトコ。
Bang! Smash! Pinch! Squeeze! Oh no! Oh no, what are you pinching? It was the day I could thoroughly appreciate the value of having friends. You pinch her cheek or what? Satoko is funny because she uses like those like ladylike words, but she's so bratty and like childish about it that it's fun. Fun contrast. Today was Saturday, so school on Saturday. School ended in a blink of an eye. Yeah, this and watashi and that sort of. It really felt good to go home with the sun so high in the sky. Any other day, our club would have been up to mischief during our ample after-school time, but today Rika-chan had a rehearsal for tomorrow's Watanagashi to go. Oh yeah, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow. How's that going, Rika-chan?
練習はバッチリ。
去年よりは頑張りますです。
去年は終わった後、ヘトヘトの汗だらけだったんだよね。
Oh, you're talking to us. I miss school. I should apply at some point. It really gives you more, structure in your life, right? And also, a structure, a schedule.
今年はもっともっと様になってますわよ。特訓の成果、ご期待遊ばせですの。
I just feel lonely. I like to meet new people. Well, that's also a good reason. That's also a good reason. That's like I think the best. That's like the best place to meet new people is school. It's hard otherwise. Really hard. Yeah. But I hope you find some people that you vibe with. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, I know. But yeah, I hope it goes good. The Watanagashi festival everyone had been talking about was tomorrow, wasn't it? Hello! Hi! Hey, good to see you. Festival being in June felt a little early to me. But the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of a summer festival very well.
じゃあ僕たちは失礼しますです。明日を楽しみになさいませ。それではごきげんようですわ。
Gotta go do some IRL hobby things. Yeah, that's like the best next best thing. But also like like for example myself, like all my hobbies are something you do alone. So that's a little difficult if you just like to do things yourself by yourself at home or somewhere. It's a little, maybe you have to get into something totally new, and that's also. Strange that Rika is using boku, which is considered boyish in Japanese. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I think I thought about it before, but I didn't really think about it. Good catch. Consulate office though is a pretty good way to have some school experience to learn some new hobby. Yeah, true. Yeah, I've never been to one, but a good idea. Yeah, I've considered, but haven't gotten to it.
そういえば聞いてなかったんだけど、祭り会場ってどこなんだ？
I thought about it, but I didn't. Did I say that? That was not what I was meant to say. I'm so... I cannot speak. I cannot speak. I'm unable to speak. It seems like type likes to try new things. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Surface level. Yeah, I think that something like that. Help me. Where is this festival happening?
この辺って祭りのできそうな場所なんてあったっけ？
At the shrine.
フルデ神社でやるんだよ。ほ
Ah.
ら、以前にみんなでお散歩した時に行ったでしょ。見晴らしの良かったところ。
Yeah. Oh right, I remember. There was a shrine all the way up on hill, wasn't there? It seemed far too grand for Hinamizawa.
神社には立派な集会所とかもあって、老人会のカラオケとか習字サークルの会合とかを時々やってるからね。
Oh. Oh, sounds fun. Sounds fun.
単なる神社というよりは公共施設のような雰囲気だね。
There's one thing I would love if Finland had those like karaoke places that like Japan and some other countries have. Like if you wanna sing karaoke in Finland, you have to go to like a karaoke bar and you have to sing on a stage and everyone in the bar is looking at you. It's kind of like you're giving a performance almost, but there's no like, you know, just going by yourself or with some friends or something. Drunk uncle culture karaoke bars, yeah. Yeah, I've like had moments when I've like wanted to do some karaoke, but you know, it's too much. Some bars in Finland have the karaoke cabins, but they're usually covered with a see-through room or a normal curtain. Yeah, like there's a I think they would be really popular, or if they just existed. So, some business person, please.
なるほどね。
なるほどね。
それなら立派なのも納得かな。
みーちゃんちも今日の設営にはお手伝いに行くの？
England only cares for drunk people singing. It's our national export. Well, it's kind of similar. Over here, it's like getting smashed and singing karaoke, and you don't even remember anything. The next day.
男手がいるからね。町から親類が大勢手伝いに来るよ。
Male hands, huh? Well, I mean, I have nothing to do at home today, so...
俺みたいのが飛び入りで参加すると、かえって邪魔になるか？
ケイちゃん、手伝いに来てくれるの？
迷惑なら行かねえよ。単なる興味だからさ。
We had fun dances and other festivals in the town I used to live in, but I didn't even know there where they took place, much less wanted to help. You could say that I have absolutely no connection to the region. Having come to Hinamizawa though, it really made me feel like this place was a home that I had returned to. Before I knew it, I harbored little interest in the small community activity of preparing to our festival the day before.
ケイチくん頑張れるかな。テ
Hmm.
ントを立てたりパイプ椅子を並べたり、結構重労働って聞いてるよ。
I am a strong
別に俺一人
man.
でやるわけじゃないだろ。みんなでやればきっと早いぜ。
Mia looked happy to hear that, but at the same time her expression was complex, tinged with hesitation. Rena gave her last push for me.
じゃあ決定だね。行ってきなよケイチくん。みーちゃんは
Yeah!
ビシビシこき使ってあげてね。
Put it through the ringer.
レ
Ringer.
ナの推薦じゃ仕方ないな。じゃあ
Is
さ、
this fine?
帰ったらラフな格好で神社に来なよ。汗拭き用のタオルもあるといいかもね。
はい。
よし来た。
はい。
俺こう見えても太陽の下で汗をかくの嫌いじゃないんだぜ。
うん。
せいぜい腰を痛めないようにね。じゃあおじさんはこの辺で。私も着替えたらすぐに神社に行くから。
みーちゃんも頑張ってね。
Is Rena coming? Maybe not. Maybe not. Mion waved vigorously to us and left. As far as I could tell from her gallant, retreating figure, she seemed to have recovered from the weak state she had yesterday.
女の子は切り替えが早いんだから。もうみーちゃんも大丈夫だよ。
If you say so.
あれだけ綺麗に切り替えてくれるとこっちも実に合わせやすい。
でも面白かったでしょ。シンデレラみたいっていうのかな。魔法が解けたらもう会えないってところが。
And I began to giggle a fair bit in amusement. Did she like this sort of thing? Incidentally, me going along with it gave me a weird, hard to describe feeling. Did I turn myself into a plaything? Or did they do it for me?
そんなに面白いならレナももう一人の自分を演じればいいじゃないか。
面白そうだね。じゃあケイチくんはどんなレナに会いたいかな。
You're fine. You're just right the way you
アイド
are.
ル真っ青のルックスと俺の言うことを何でも確実に聞く器量よして頼む。
Keiichi baka. Punch, punch. Punch, punch. Punch, punch.
そんなの無理。
料理上手でお昼のお弁当を作ってくれて朝は迎えに来てくれ
She
て。
does that already. That's just her normal.
それいつも言ってる。
Yeah. I put Rena's head into a tight grip and start to pat it off.
優遇レナなんだろ。レイナじゃなくてレナ。
Rena.
だからレナはいつまでもレナのまんまでいろ。
ありがとう。お祭りのお手伝い頑張ってね。
おう、明日祭りで会おうな。
Well. I got changed right away, and slinging a towel around my neck like Mion suggested, I set off to the shrine. At the shrine, there were more people than you'd imagine even live in Hinamizawa there. All conjuring of areas and setting up tent frameworks, chatting amongst themselves as they did so. Alright, where's Mion? The liveliness of the throng didn't make it easy to look for her. I searched around as if I already looked. As if I already worked there, and suddenly the principal called out to me.
前原君であるか。関心である。綿流しの準備のお手伝いに来たのかね。
ああ、どうも。何かお手伝いできないかなって思いまして。
首相な心がけである。存分に汗を流すがよいぞ。
Oh, this is the. Oh, this is the. I remember. Oh, the laugh reminded me who this person. He was in the ramen. What the food? The curry thing. Spurred on by the principal, I came upon a group of people sitting in tents.
ありゃ、前原の兄ちゃんじゃねえの。ひょっとして手伝いに来たのかい？
Old pirate, yeah. Ahaha, matey. I haven't found Mion yet, but I suppose that's just getting her in her way if I ran into
おっ
her.
す。手伝いに来ました。よろしくお願いします。
若いのは元気があっていいね。ほら、軍手つけて。テントは組んだことあるかい？
いえ、初めてっす。
You can do it! Delighting in teaching new skills to someone younger, plenty of people happily taught me all sorts of things.
じゃあ、兄ちゃんは天幕の内側に入って天骨の紐だけ結んで。結んだら足を立てて残りの紐も結ぶからな。
蝶々結びでいいんですよね。よいしょ、よいしょ。
結んだか。立てるぞ。いっせーの。
What was once nothing more than a collapsed tent was raised on our four splendid legs before my eyes in mere moments. Wow! Seeing put together like this is actually pretty moving.
ほれほれ、感動してる場合じゃないぞ。まだまだたくさんあるんだからな。トラックにテントを積んであるからここまで持ってきな。重いから2人でやれよ。
大丈夫っすよ。俺こう見えても結構力あるんすから。
Are you sure? They look light enough, but so I thought they were, but they're heavy.
だから2人で運べって言ったろ。ほれほれ。
Said the man, lifting it up with a grunt and taking it away under his arm. Either I'm weak or these old guys have superhuman strength. Well, they have probably done it for years and years.
一番若いんだから汗しないとダメだぞ。頑張れ頑張れ。終わった後のビールがうまいぞ。
俺未成年だし。
Doesn't matter. Sweat drips on my body. I had been fully and completely absorbed in helping them. I would have never thought that the cold barley tea from the Women's Society could taste this delicious.
若いからね。担当のみ。
ありがとうございます。
It was then that I realized the crowd had formed near the shrine a ways off. When I took a closer look, I saw a girl dressed in shrine maiden garb and a handful of old men looking like they were preparing for a ceremony together. Is our MC a beta male or something? It's always so weak. He's like 15 or something. I can't remember how old he was exactly. 15, 16? Like... Still very young still, so I think it's okay.
リカちゃんか？おーい、リカちゃん！頑張れよ！
I shouted and it seemed like she heard me. Cute! Cute! Rika-chan, positively exploding with vitality, answered with a smile. The older guys with me watched Rika-chan as well with distant gazes.
リカちゃまも頑張るな。
Chama.
去年に比べるとだいぶ板についてきたみたいだしな。
The old lady who gave me the tea clasped what looked like prayer beads in her hands and
リ
said,
カ様、ありがたや、ありがたや。
and just like that began to respectfully pray to her. Huh? I just remembered that they called it the Furude Shrine. Wasn't Rika-chan's full name Rika Furude? A man standing next to me answered my question.
そうだよ。リカちゃまのフルデ一族は代々大社様をお祭りする由緒正しい一族なんだよ。
Ah, ancient clan. Ah. Ah. I'd always gotten the feeling she wasn't your average person, but it turned out she was from an esteemed family.
昨年神主様だったお父さんが亡くなられてからはああやって頑張って祭事を引き継いでおるんだよ。
How does one acquire Stan? You gotta be super duper buff. At least. And have a really like weird, funky way to dress. Yeah. Then you kind of take it from there.
この立派になった姿、神主様に見せたかったの。
リカちゃんのお父さんってお亡くなりになったんですか？
よし、休憩終わり。次は使わないパイプ椅子を沖小の体育館に戻しちゃおっか。マキさん、Kを回して何人か連れてってよ。
じゃあ前原君、最後にもう一働きしようか。
Gah. They're gonna make me do more work? I can't tell if they know I'm a minor or not, but the older men all cheer me on, encouraging me to do my best and that the beer will be great. It's fine to have a little sip.
頑張ってる。
Wow! I passed by Neon. She was carrying a big cardboard box. Looked like she was right in the middle of working as well. Judging by the sweat seeping into her shirt, it seemed that I wasn't the only one with his hands full.
おお、頑張ってるぜ。リオンも頑張れよ。ビールがうまいぞ。
We were worked to the bone until the sun began to set and it started cooling off. Cozy! It was soon full-fledged night, and the clear sound of the higurashi eased the moderate pain I felt. The older guys began their night before a drinking party in a tent fair bit off, causing quite a ruckus. The shrine grounds, on the other hand, had turned into a lonely road ticked by the cool evening breeze, despite being so festive just a little while ago. The wind felt good. I leaned on one of the stone guardian dogs at the front of the shrine. I gave my legs a good stretch as I let my mind wander, and suddenly a paper cup filled with barley tea was thrust before me.
ケイちゃんお疲れ様。はい、麦茶です。
Oh no!
お、気が利くな。
Shion! Her voice sounded exactly the same, but it felt somehow different.
あ、お前は。
どうも、シオンです。
Blah, 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 blah,
気が利いているのはシオンの方。聞いてないのがミオンの方ですので、お間違いなきよ。
シオン、てめえ。てめえ。ここで会ったが100年目。
ケイちゃんが勝手に勘違いしたんですよ。
私は初めからシオンとしか名乗ってませんし。
それを言われると弱い。
Was this sprite look if changed? Was it this button? Oh yeah. In graphics. Boom. Yeah, Mion looks really nice with this manga gamer sprites, I think. Like, it looks the best in those. This outfit is really different. Wait. The outfit is completely different. What the heck? What the heck? Why is the skirt so low in the previous one? Is it that low? That's a little low, like on the hips. I wish you could have a toggle button you can change every second instead of going to config. I'm not sure. Is there? There might be. There might be one, but I haven't figured it out. Because you would change the music with this one button here.
そうそう。お姉にすらかなわないケイちゃんが私にかなうわけないんですからね。それより麦茶ぬるくなっちゃいますよ。もう機嫌直してください。だからこれ仲直りの麦茶ってことで。
Well, she did come all the way here to give it to me. I guess I'll accept it. I took the cup and downed it in one gulp. Then suddenly, I heard a loud sound, and it got stuck in my throat. Oh no. Oh no.
どっちだ？本物のミオンか？
シオン！あんた、なんでまたケイちゃんと一緒にいるわけ？お姉と違って私は気配りとかできるタイプですから。汗だくになってたケイちゃんを放っておけなくて麦茶を持ってきたわけです。ところでお姉はなんで麦茶を2つも持ってるんですか？
Mion's face went bright red and she tried to hide the paper cups behind her back.
いや、これは大雑把で自分さえ良ければいいお姉がクラスメートの男の子に海外しく麦茶を持ってくるわけないですよね。結局何なんです？その2つの麦茶は。これはその
They are?
すっごく喉が渇いちゃって2杯は飲めるかなーなんて。お姉らしい。それ一気。
As Xion sheared her, Mion downed both the cups of tea, one after the other.
さすがはお姉、見事な飲みっぷりでした。ケイちゃんも拍手拍手。
Wait, suddenly the situation has gotten unbelievable. Mion doesn't usually get manipulated so easily like that. I've known for a while now, but Xion is terrifying.
ミオンってシオンには頭上がらないのか？
私シオン嫌い。
What?
この前からもっと嫌いになった。
Just then I heard the snap of a camera shutter.
こんばんは。
Tomitoke!
いよいよ明日がお祭りだね。今日は準備お疲れさん。
Caught in 4K, yeah, or with this kind of camera, I'm not sure it's 4K, but it's the caught still.
こんばんは。あら、しおんちゃん。珍しいわね、こっちへ来るなんて。
ありゃ、富武のおじさまに高野さんじゃないですか。
Yeah.
こんばんは。ご無沙汰いたしております。
君が噂の転校生、前原圭一君だね。今日は張り切って仕事してたね。感心したよ。
Thank you. I feel like I've seen this photographer guy before.
どこかでお会いしてますよね。
覚えててくれて嬉しいね。圭一君とは道で何度かすれ違ってるよ。僕は富武。東京から来てるフリーのカメラマンさ。
Freelancing photographer.
じゃあ、私はわかるかしら？
Ripped.
すみません。覚えがないです。
高野美代さんだよ。ケイちゃんはまだ風邪とかで診療所のお世話にはなってない？美代さんは診療所で看護師さんをやってるんだよ。
Really cool.
高野よ。よろしくね。
はい。
治療に来るときは教えてね。太めの注射針を用意しておくから。
No need. Doesn't need to be huge needle. Does it need to be huge? Is it gonna make me super well? Like this.
そりゃご丁寧にどうも。
Tomidake-san seemed to be quite entertained at Sonosaki twins being the same place, and he took picture after picture.
話には聞いていたけど、チラン製ソーセージってのは初めて見たよ。本当にそっくりなんだな。
そっくりなのは外見だけじゃないんですよ。ほら、下着もお揃い。
How attention to detail. I like it. Things have never been as lively as when the two of them are together. Yeah, what? Very lively. I thought they were exactly the same at first, but I started to get a handle on which one is which. Mion is Mion, and Shion, well, she's a far better actor than Mion was. In the first place, somebody that could spurn Mion so easily wouldn't have shown such weakness, those large pockets at Angel Mord. If that was the case, then that cowardly behavior from that day was, well, it was all a complete act.
あの二人、昔はもっとそっくりでね。ご両親でもどっちがどっちかわからなくて手を焼いていたそうよ。
すごく想像に容易です。ご両親のご苦労がよくわかります。
Takano gave me a kind of an odd look, but explaining would have been a pain, so I didn't bother.
富武のおじさまはまた綿流しの取材が終わったら東京にとんぼ帰りですか？
本当はいつまでも滞在していたいんだけどね。しがない大人の都合ってやつさ。
Silly adult things.
お写真が早く素敵な賞を取るといいですね。お祈りしていますね。
ありがとう。今度来るときには今日撮った君たちの写真も持ってくるよ。
ナイス。
今日は前原くんもお疲れ様。慣れない力仕事で疲れたでしょ？
まあ疲れたけど結構楽しかったです。
若さね、羨ましいわ。
Youth. Takano-san smiled with an adult elegance that no one in my circle of friends possessed. The wind caught her hair. She gives off an intelligent beauty. Beauty.
Everyone's
here. Oh, there's the. Like. I have to raise my chair up a little. Ugh. Tommy. Tommy. Hey. Hey, it's a you know how animals prepare for winter, they kind of bulk up to store nutrients. It's the same. He's ready. He's ready for anything. It seemed like a merry crowd was standing out. This time, an overweight older... overweight older man addressed us. Wait, you met this guy? You met him before. And again, it was someone I thought I knew. If I recall correctly, he's a policeman, isn't he? Yes.
あら、おいしさん。
Sorry. Sorry.
こんばんは。明日の警備の下にですか？
チュー。あちぇ。Are you just here to train?
そんなところです。おや、富武くんじゃないですか。ご無沙汰しておりますね。
僕の名前を覚えていてくださったのは光栄ですよ。
あなたもつくづくひなみ沢が好きですな。ここいらへんは東京よりもずっとアパートは安いですよ。
I can't imagine.
いっそ引っ越してくればいいのに。仲のいい不動産屋を紹介しますよ。
How buff is the guy? Our cameraman in the other sprite? Boom! Oh my! Oh! Oh, what? Well, it's really defined. Really defined. I don't know. It's so weird after getting used to the normal. After I used to the other one, this looks so strange. Oh, they both got skinnier here. They both got skinnier here. Well, he still has huge pecs. Huge pecs. But... I think for them... I think from these two, I think I prefer this one. Break the top. Okay. Ooh, we're back. We're back. The bodies, the torsos are so small. It's strange.
それは嬉しいですね。その節はぜひお世話になりたいです。
The body's.
では皆さん、良いお年を。
The body's round.
園崎の双子さんも良いお年を。
New Year?
良いお年を。
They have the New Year in the WATANAGASHI. Oh, makes sense.
お仕事よろしくお願いしますね。今年は皆さんの手を煩わせない綿流しにしたいです。
こりゃ手厳しい。
Wait. Okay. Coffee finished. Detective Oishi left us with a low laugh and headed off to talk some police officers standing a ways away. I gave Mion a glance and I saw her making an annoyed face, as if she were glaring bullets at someone she hated.
そうね。今年は 警察のお世話にならない綿流しになるといいわね。
君も好きだね。
あら、二郎さんは嫌い？私、そういう夢のある話好きよ。潤いのない時代だからこそ、そういうのに憧れるの。
お社様のたたりか。
Ah, there it is. Curse? Tomitake-san used a troubling word. Then suddenly, someone tugged on my arm.
ケイちゃん、私酒盛りのテントに行ってお菓子でも食べてこない？
Yes, candy and sweets, yes.
そうだな。
You have to shut some of the music, yes.
俺もちょっとお腹が減ったかな。
行こう行こう。
A moment later, Shion said something to Takano and Tomitake that stung my ears and gave me a start.
今年は誰が死んで誰が消えるんでしょうね。
A normal conversation. Normal thing to say. I wonder who will die this year. I pulled back from Mion's grip and stopped abruptly.
シオン、今なんて言ったんだ
？It felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden.
行こうよケイちゃん。つまんない話だよ。
Silly.
お姉はまだケイちゃんに話してないの？私、そういう話は吹き込まない主義なの。
Shio's cold and quiet tone and Mio's harsh words were quite the contrast.
おいおいおいおい、何の話だよ。知ってるなら教えてくれよ。俺だけのけ者なんて、なんだか気分悪いぞ。
I don't understand this. Someone explain it to me. However, Mion didn't seem to be at all willing to grant my request. Scary emoji. It's from Dead Space. There's a sun. There's a sun picture that has a face like that, and it was just begging to be made a emote. It's from the second game, right? Yeah, they're from the school. Appropriate for kindergartens, yes. She squeezed my hand in hers a bit, but then when she realized I would hold my ground on this topic, she let go.
じゃあさ、私先に酒盛りのテントに行ってるよ。早く来ないとケイちゃんの分なくなっちゃうからね。
ああ、分かってるって。すぐ行くから。
Mion left, turning towards the particularly nosy tent on the other side of the shrine grounds. Before she got there, she stopped and turned back around. I showed no signs of going after her though, so she ran off.
もしも聞いてないんだったら話してもいいけど、ひょっとすると聞かないで彼女と一緒にお菓子を食べに行った方が賢明かもしれないよ。
Hey now, you've already gotten my full attention here. I'm not going to leave without asking at this point.
ケイちゃんにも聞く権利があると思います。お姉はその権利を奪ってただけです。
Shion's voice was bristling with thorns as if somehow blaming Mion.
一体何の話だって言うんですか？あんまりもったいぶられると不愉快ですよ。
Takano-san, realizing how prepared I was, looked across the group. After confirming that there were no objections, she opened her mouth.
前原君はたたりを信じるかしら？
たたりですか？面白いとは思いますけど、あんまり信じては。
I felt their cynical stares and winced. It was like they were all telling me it was stranger not believing curses.
ケイちゃんは間違ってないですよ。たたりなんて迷信もいいとこ。信じなくて当たり前です。
そうね。
The music.
それにたたりを信じるかどうかは話を最後まで聞いてからゆっくり考えればいいことなんだから。
Said Takano-san, giving a little smile. They're trying to scare me. At least, that's what it feels like.
じゃあ少し僕が話そうか。圭一君はひなみ沢ダム計画を知ってるかい？
Oh yeah, the other day at Angelmore, Shion, or Mion rather, told me all about it.
確かひなみ沢が丸ごと水没する巨大なダムの計画が発表されたって言うんですよね。
その通り。それに反対するために住民運動が結成され、国と激しい戦いを繰り広げたんだ。
I've heard that too. The entire village united, using all the power at their disposal, mass media, political influence, and other things, and fought the country. The way Mion described it made it sound like a boast.
あれ？ずいぶん詳しいじゃないか。その通りさ。わずか1000人ちょいの村人たちが中心になって結束して国の施策を跳ね返したというちょっとした武勇伝なんだ。
その辺はお姉に聞かされてませんか？この辺りの武勇伝はお姉も好きですからね。
ああ、話してたよ。
そのひなみ沢の人たちが結束して旗揚げした反対同盟の事務所があったのがね、この神社なんだよ。
ほら、あの集会所がその名残よ。解散後は老人会のサークル活動にしか使われてないけど、当時はまさに最後の砦だったの。
Takano-san explained this, pointing a finger towards the assembly hall. I had been carrying things in and out there all day. I mean, I would understand if they put an office like that in the mayor's house or something. But having an office on shrine grounds made it feel kind of like a base camp for Sengoku period warriors.
そんな心境だったんだろうね。彼らはひなみ沢の守り神様であるお社様を祀る神社に本陣を置くことで必勝を祈願したんだよ。
Oyashiro-sama. That was definitely it. They mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse before. Is it the same Oyashiro-sama?
圭一君はお社様は知ってるかい？この神社の祀る神様の名前だよ。ひなみ沢を守ってると伝えられてる。
いや、よくは知らないです。
そうか。じゃあここから先は高野さんの方が詳しいかな。タッチ。
平たく言えばそのままよ。お社様はこのひなみ沢に伝わる古い神様で、神聖なこの地が俗世に汚されることがないよう守り続けてきたと伝えられてるわ。
Poisons of the outside world. So essentially he's a basic standard guardian deity. I guess you can find that sort of god anywhere you go.
お社様崇拝は一種の先民思想の表れではないかと研究されているわね。先民思想って言葉わかるかしら？
Believing yourself chosen. A nationalistic belief that you are part of a superior race, or that your special clan is chosen by the gods. They believe that they're a superior clan, so they believe strongly in cooperating with others, but they also end up being exclusionary towards other clans. I won't go into too much detail, but it's the sort of national and religious ideas that lead to war. Of course, that goes for Japan too.
大昔のひなみ沢の人たちは自分たちは人間とは異なる格の違う存在だと強く信じていてね。下界との交流を汚れとして意味嫌ったそうなの。だから村に下界の人間が来ると汚れてお社様の罰が当たると強く信じ、何者も近寄らせなかったそうよ。
よそ者を嫌う村ってよく推理小説に出てくるだろ。典型的なそういう村だったらしいんだよ。
一応名誉のために断りますけど、大昔のことですからね。今は違います。
Shion followed up quickly, having sensed the thorns in Tomitake-san's words. Tomitake-san, embarrassed at what he said, stretched at his head, scratched at his head. So this shrine worships Oyashiro-sama, thinks Hinamizawa as holy ground, and it's a symbol of their traditional hatred of the outside world.
なるほど。だから下界からやってきた汚れたダム計画に立ち向かうためにひなみ沢の守り神様の神社に本陣を置いたと。
Correct, smiled Takano, pleased. She must dislike stupid people.
円担ぎも万端。村人たちは視力を尽くしてダム計画に立ち向かうんだ。その最中なんだよ。事実上あの事件でとどめが入ったと言ってもいい。
Oyashiro-sama's curse.
南沢ダムの建設現場の監督がですね、殺されちゃったんです。4年前かな。結構派手に新聞に載ったんですけど、覚えてません？
ちょっと知らないな。
部下と喧嘩してツルハシでめった打ちにされて、両手両足首をもいで捨てられたんだそうです。
バラバラ殺人だよ。一頃流行ったろ。
All the rage. All the rage with the kids. Yes. Oh no, please don't let this spread to TikTok, please. Please, that would be bad. That would be bad. New challenge. New social media challenge. It's a spinner of the thumb. Such a gruesome incident. But what says that? An incident. A person caused the incident after all. So they really put it down to the cars?
その翌年にはね、ひなみ沢の住人でありながらダム推進派のグループを結成していた男がね、旅行先で崖から落ちて死んじゃったの。これは事故だそうよ。
何しろひなみ沢中から敵視されていたからね。警察もかなり念入りに他殺の線を洗ったんだけど、結局事故と断定したみたいだよ。
Now it's an accident. This is the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched.
さらに翌年、今度はね、この神社の神主さんが原因不明の病で倒れて急死しちゃったの。
前の神主さんはこう言っちゃ失礼ですけど、ちょっと日和見な人だったんですよね。村中が反ダムで盛り上がってるのに、神主さんは放っておけみたいな感じで。抵抗運動の象徴である神社の神主さんがそんな感じなんだからね。リーダーシップを期待していた当時の村人たちは失望し、 中には怒りを抱く人たちもいたそうよ。だから当時年寄り連中はみんな言ったんです。これはお社様のたたりだってね。
It did seem like every year, the unrelated people the village had resentment towards were dying. It was pretty creepy.
しかもね、面白いことにこれらの事件や事故は毎年必ず綿流しのお祭りの晩に起こるんだよ。
ね、ちょっとたたりっぽくなってきたでしょ。
さらに翌年、
Little bit?
つまり去年だね。今度は事故死したダム推進派のリーダー格の男の弟夫婦の奥さんが撲殺死体で発見されちゃったんだ。もちろん犯人は捕まったけどね。
ね、やっぱりたたりっぽいでしょ。
4 years in a row. Each one of the incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace, but every single one of them happening on the night of the festival worshipping Oyashiro-sama? That's not normal.
年寄り連中はこの数年の事件ですっかりお社様のたたりを盲信しちゃって、若い人たちだって最初はバカにしてましたけど、今は誰も茶化しませんね。
Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. Even me. Even if I didn't think there was a curse at all, thinking about all the incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real.
例えば今日のお祭り準備にしてもそうさ。ダムとの戦いで荒れていたとはいえ、何年か前までは綿流しはそんなに盛況していたわけじゃないんだよ。
まあそうですね。お社様のたたりの話がなかったらこんなにお祭りには集まりませんね。不信心者には罰が当たるかもしれない。だからお社様のお祭りには必ず出ようって言ってる人たち多いです。
Yeah. She nodded as she were mocking
どう
herself.
かな。圭一君もひょっとしてたたりは本当にあるのではという気になってきたんじゃないかな。
Perhaps. I mean, you can't just laugh off people related to the dam construction project all dying like that. If even I feel like this now, then the more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that.
まあそれでもたたりなんかないと思ってます。ですけど信じる人たちの気持ちもわかるつもりです。
さすがケイちゃんは冷静に判断できてますね。
Shion grinned, realizing I'd rejected the curse.
たたりでもなく偶然のはずもないなら、さてこれらの事件はどういうことになるのかしらね。
Takano-san said, smiling playfully, as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor a coincidence. But every year someone dies. What should we make of that then? Tomitake-san, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came to my aid.
高野さんはね、人間の仕業かもしれないって言ってるんだよ。
Real people. Eh? Simple process of elimination would have gotten me there. I was a little taken aback of not realized the answer immediately.
だってそうでしょ。たたりでもなく偶然でもないなら、人の意志が働いてるとしか考えられないもの。
Takano-san pressed on. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. You know, I was just a few minutes ago thinking the very concept of a curse was absolutely absurd. When she suggested that it was someone's doing, I ended up thinking there wasn't any way it could be a person. But Takano-san was right. It was neither a curse or it was a person's doing. If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion.
人間が犯人なら確かにひなみ沢の誰かが犯人なんでしょうね。現に警察の大石さんはそう見てますから。
おいおい、そんなわけあるのかよ。
I thought I now knew the person. I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Oyashiro-sama's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the Dan project business. However, if Oyashiro-sama's curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the dam construction project. I knew they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. Sorry. If one of those methods was, maybe...
お社様のたたりはダム計画抵抗運動の暗部じゃないかって囁かれてるんです。
Shion dryly puts words to my exact thoughts. Of course, I didn't expect it. She was from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself.
ちょっと落ち着いて考えれば、誰が見たってひなみ沢の誰かの仕業だってわかることです。ダム工事に反対して得をする人以外動機がないじゃないですか。
それはそうだけど。
Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the dam conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So I couldn't just accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint.
それにね、警察の人は知らないだろうけど、ひなみ沢の人間にはわかる、ひなみ沢の人間の犯行だという証拠があるんです。
Shion rebukes me to keep my voice down.
ごめん。でもその証拠って一体。
必ず一人が死んでもう一人が消えるからです。
One person dies and one more person disappears. One more person disappears. Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was a sacrifice?
消えるって意味がよくわからないな。それは失踪するって意味か？
そうです。忽然と跡形もなく。
As she spoke, Shion pretended to do a trick with her hands like she were making a magician's hat disappear. Sorry, I can't read. One dies a mysterious death, and one disappears, never to be seen again. A strange vanishing act. But then why? How does it equate to someone from Hinawazawa being the culprit? Hat disappear! Poof! See, I did a magic trick! Yay! Yay!
実はね、
Actually,
ひなみ沢の古い伝統の一つにね、
really old legend.
お社様の怒りを鎮めるために生贄を捧げたというのがあるの。
For sacrifices to Oyashiro-sama?
生贄？
ええ。すまきにされて底なし沼に生きたままじわじわと時間をかけて沈めたんですって。
Takano-san, though explaining something pretty terrible, had a look of glee on her face as she did so.
文献を調べた限りでは、 3日3晩をかけて本当にゆっくりとじわじわと沈めたそうよ。ほら、昔の人って結構ダジャレが好きでしょ。沈める沈めるをかけてたんだと思うの。だから時間をかけて沈めるという意味があったんでしょうね。
Takano-san was the only one laughing at this. Was he telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt a difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano-san's.
この辺の話はまあ聞いて想像がつくと思いますけど、ひなみ沢の秘史です。ひなみ沢に昔からいる人なら誰でも知ってますが、それを口に出すことはありませんね。
高野さんはひなみ沢出身じゃないけどね、詳しいだろ。彼女は郷土史とか民間伝承とかが好きでね、全部独学で調べたんだよ。
It's always been done this way.
そんなにかっこいいものじゃないのよ。
If it's not broken, don't fix it. Yay! Yay!
単なる知的好奇心。
Curious.
子供と同じよ。ただの怖いもの見たさ程度なんだから。
I can relate. Tomitake-san laughed, a little bit embarrassed.
ちょっと待ってください。ってことは何ですか？事件のたびに消えるという一人は生贄に捧げられているって言うんですか？
Yeah. Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies, then someone disappears.
本当に生贄にされてるかどうかは別にして、過去の事件では必ず一人が死ぬ他に一人が消えてるんだよ。例えば一番最初のダム現場の監督が殺された事件も、複数犯のうちの最後の一人が未だ逮捕されてないらしいんだ。
それは単にうまく逃げおおせてるだけなんじゃないんですか？別に生贄にされたというのとは違うのでは？
まあ僕もそうだとは思うんだけどね。で次の年のダム推進派のリーダー格の男なんだけど、
確か旅行先で崖から落ちて亡くなったんですよね。
落ちたのは奥さんも一緒らしいの。警察は懸命に捜索したんだけど、どうしても奥さんの遺体だけ見つけられないんですって。崖下の川は増水してたそうだからね。どこか川下の湖の湖底で土砂にでも埋まってしまったのかもしれないけどね。
The perpetrator of a dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be desperate to run away and hide too. I thought I heard about cases where the corpse wouldn't surface after the person drowned in a swirled river like that. She vanished because of an unfortunate accident, but still didn't see the connection to sacrifice. If you took each of the past incidents in turn, none of the disappearances evoked that terrifying of an image.
その翌年の神主の病死の時ははっきりしてます。奥さんが遺書を残したんです。死んでお社様のお怒りを鎮めに参りますってな感じのが、神主さんが亡くなった晩に自宅に残されてたそうですから。
The curse. It seems to turn up in this one though.
まあ真相は闇の中なんだけどね。その奥さんが受水自殺した沼は、さっき高野さんも話した例のでっかい底なし沼ってことになっててね。
Bottomless swamp.
警察も沼を調べたそうだけど、遺品がいくつか見つかっただけで遺体は発見できなかった。警察は偽装自殺を疑って今でも探してるらしいよ。
Someone dies every year, and in the same way someone goes missing every year. Is she trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by some extremely efficient means and dumped into the bottomless swamp, still alive and drowned to death? But a curse? That's unbelievable in its own right.
その翌年にはなんだっけ、ダム推進派の男の弟夫婦の奥さんだっけが殺されたんだよな。
So at that time someone else vanished?
消えました。北条聡くんっていう私と同い年の男の子です。殺された主婦の義理の甥にあたります。
Shion cut in with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared pretty well. At least that's the vibe I was getting.
まあ、ざっとこんな感じね。必ず一人が死んで、必ず一人が忽然と消える。
Leaving the suddenness aside, the fact that each incident involved one person disappearing.
じゃあつまり一人目が死ぬのはお社様のたたりで、二人目が失踪するのは村人が生贄に捧げてるからだって言うんですか？
ケイちゃん、たたりなんかないです。誰かがお社様のたたりという名で一人目を殺し、誰かがその生贄として二人目をさらってるんです。
でもシオン、それじゃ村の中に犯人がいるってことになるんだぞ。
私は初めからそう睨んでます。
Most normal village.
結構ショックですよ。この昭和の時代にそんな古い因習で人殺しが堂々と行われるなんて。
It didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much. Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa and its epic tales, so she had avoided talking about Oyashiro-sama's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how you looked at it. She was trying not to give me a bad impression of the village, so they didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She wasn't rejecting the concept of a curse to purge Hinamizawa of this bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was the criminal behind this. Her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of Hinamizawa. Once upon a time, they looked so alike that you could mistake one for the other. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had completely different personality than Mion.
じゃあ皆さんはひなみ沢の誰かが犯人だと思ってるんですね。
Neither Shion nor Takano-san answered that. The deafening silence told me all that needed to be said.
じゃあ重ねて質問します。ひなみ沢の誰かが犯人なら、犯人は誰なんですか？
Neither Shion nor Takano-san had a reply to that question either. Though it may have been rude to ask, I had hoped they wouldn't have one. The reason I asked was to argue that their explanation was that the culprit was from Hinamizawa was nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught onto my plan. She gave a pained smile at my petty spite and opened her mouth to speak.
私が言ったのは所詮状況証拠ですからね。具体的に犯人の名前を知ってたなら警察に突き出してます。
As would anybody. Then what about Takano-san? She too smiled dryly, as Shion had opened her own mouth. Sorry, my reading today is so bad.
はじめに誤解を解いておきたいんだけど。
I keep skipping words and saying them wrong. Sorry.
別に私は探偵さんのつもりはないのよ。 本音を
Not
言
a
うとね、
detective or anything.
犯人が誰かなんてことには興味ないの。
高野さんも困った人だな。
Tomitake-san gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter.
私はね、
Eyes are red? Are they? Or are they orange? Well, there's like a whole orange coloring on top of everything right now. How does she look like in the... Ah. Yeah, orange eyes. Orange eyes. The outfit is so different here too, so much simplified. Yeah, completely different, yeah.
古式ゆかしい残酷な風習やおとぎ話に興味があるだけ。
Knows the glory of orange creature. Yay! She's such a big fan that she got some colored contacts. That's like cruel and atrocious ancient
結構
traditions.
気心で面白がってるだけなの。
Yeah.
だから一連の事件も犯人は誰かってことよりも事件の存在自体が古い印象がまだ根深く残ってることの証拠だって思って面白がってるくらい。
Let's see. Though she described herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me. Maybe it's just that I was in a fearful awe of the person whose emotions I couldn't comprehend.
私は全然面白くないですけどね。明日はいよいよ綿流しのお祭りですけど、誰にも死んでほしくないし、誰も消えてほしくないです。
明日か。
That's right. It had completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents people attributed to Oyashiro-sama's curse. It wasn't over. If last year's incident wasn't the end, then tomorrow night at the festival, would someone die and someone disappear?
明日は一体誰が死んで誰が消えるのかしらね。
Takano said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile and a voice that nearly made me shudder. She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow. Then, out of the blue, we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early. Right. I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? I should go back to her soon.
高野さんもからかいすぎだよ。圭一君がすっかり真に受けてしまったじゃないか。
ごめんなさいね。また悪い癖が出ちゃったみたい。
Said Takano-san, sticking out her tongue bashfully. The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found.
高野さんはね、純粋そうな子を見るとからかいたくなる悪い癖があるんだよ。圭一君が真剣に聞いてくれるもんだから、ついつい調子に乗っちゃったみたいなんだ。
Unlike Takano-san, Tomitake-san seemed like a totally normal person with common sense. What? Impossible. They were apologizing after realizing what kind of impression they'd given me.
高野さんが今した話はあくまでもフィクションだからね。もしもさっきの話で圭一君がひなみ沢に持ってたいい印象が傷つけられてしまったなら、純粋に申し訳なく思うよ。
もう二郎さんたら。
高野さんも謝った方がいい。怖がらせてしまってごめんなさいってね。
Takano-san and Tomitake-san were arguing and messing around now. The strained air around us had completely dissipated.
ケイちゃんもそろそろ戻った方がいいです。お姉は嫉妬深いですからね。 私は顔を合わせると喧嘩になりそうだからこのまま帰ることにします。
そうなのか？じゃあ俺はミオンのとこに戻って待たせたことを謝るかな。
迷惑をかけたね、ケイチ君。ミオンちゃんにケイチ君を長く借りすぎて申し訳ないと伝えてくれないかな。
はい。伝えても機嫌は直さないと思いますけど、一応。
Tomitake-san and Takano-san, standing next to each other, both began to chuckle.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。明日のお祭り、どこかですれ違えるといいですね。
会えるよ。どうせ俺たちのことだ。賑やかにやってるに決まってる。
Shion and I said our goodbyes to Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Before we could leave, Takano-san called out to us.
私の話を真剣に聞いてくれてありがとうね。前原くんがあまりに聞き上手だったんで、話しててとても楽しかったわ。
イエーイ！
聞き上手なんて、そんな。
I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after the
今
other.
日した話、面白かった？
まあ、興味深かったです。
Interesting, yeah.
また今度も聞いてくれる？南沢の昔話とかおとぎ話にも興味深いものがたくさんあるの。もちろん、薄気味悪いのがたくさんね。私特選のをたくさん披露するわよ。
Really? I was kind of happy but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch my head.
ケイチ君、もう行ってもいいんだよ。高野さんがからかっているだけさ。
They said goodbye again and ran off. I heard Tomitake-san call out behind him in a clear voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow. When I went to the tent, Mion was waiting for me and she was nowhere to be found. I made her wait for so long. Maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard that she went home, talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But my regret for having made Mion wait wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Takano-san and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents that happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the 5th? And the possibility that someone from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of the curse? The queer tradition of a ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. Hello! Good to see you everyone again. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should have let Mion pull me away from that crowd. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the better of me. Wow. That was the halfway point of the that was the chapter. Never mind. Save. Yes. Okay, short break. I will get some more water. So, just a sec. We're gonna be back very soon. BRB, see ya in a minute. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, the game. The game. Wait, I need to... Hi. Sorry, I was, I was testing around the graphics options because something looked off to me. For some reason. I saw! Thank you, Chris! El Crisa! Thank you, El Crisa, for the 10 gifted! Thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you very much! Thank you very much! Thank you very much! Thank you very much! I got water! I got water! Thank you! Thank you! I wish I could say something more than thank you, but you know, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's continue. Also, we have never really looked at the tips properly. I think we could have like a separate stream for those, maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Thank you in 10 different languages. I don't know that many. What kind of tips would you need that I know? They're kind of like some extra things that like help reveal some extra information about the story. It's like less of the tip for the game and less for more like a tip for you if you're trying to solve the mystery, you know. Also, Kurobi, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. Also, I saw. Oh, the volume was bad. I never understood why VNs have so many slave. What's wrong with me today? Save slots. Well, in this one, it's a little. This is like a slave. This one doesn't have like branching paths. It's just a linear story. Yeah, I get that. But like some visual novels have a lot of different paths that you can take. So for those it makes sense. Especially if you're like supposed to replay them many times. That sounds like a band-aid for pacing in all honesty, still tell it better. But yeah, anyway, we can take a look at them at some point. But for now, I wanna just keep the main thing going. Yeah. Continue!
本当に伝えたいのは違う言葉だった。本当に感じたいのは違う心だった。すれ違いが溝を生み、ためらいの気持ちが人を恐怖へと沈ませる。もう誰も止められない。冷たい感情がむき出しの心を深く残酷にえぐってゆく。綿流し。なぜあの時とつぶやく後悔の言葉。それはもはや虚しい響きだった。
わあわあWait just a second, like still something looks weird to me about this. Let me see this. Okay, it's gonna be... Was the game window cropped? Because... You know, when you're in the game... It's just... Oh! There's just blackness. There's just black borders. So like, I've just... I have cropped those out, but wait, huh? 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 Okay, something is different, okay. I missed... Like, I don't know that... You know, everything looked like squished to me. I'm not sure if it's really like that or not, or am I just imagining? I was just, you know, messing with the settings and then I just freaked it up. But yeah, there's... I just cropped the black stuff out so that we could have like the little faint background picture over there. Don't worry. It's okay. Wow!
ケイチくんだ。おはようなんだよ。だよ。
Ah! Rena was ecstatically waving her arms at me, already brimming with energy.
おはようって、もう夕方だぜ。こんにちは、だろ。
It's already evening.
でも、今日ケイチくんにする最初の挨拶だから、やっぱりおはようがいいな。いいな。
Makes sense. Why is Rena so orang? Oh, that was a... Well, it's dusk. So... Everything's orang. The whole world is orang.
わかったわかった。じゃあ、おはようでいい。おはよう、レナ。
That's also the same, like, if you stay up, like, in the... until, like, early in the morning, and then you go to sleep, you say, like, tomorrow. Even though it's already that day, it's already morning, but you know, if you just mean, like, after I wake up, so tomorrow. I grabbed Rena's head and rubbed it with my hand. Yeah, tomorrow starts when... Yeah, wait. Yeah. She squirmed, reveling in the motion like a cat. Yeah. Cat girl Rena. Cat girl Rena.
昨日は申し訳なかったね。黙って帰っちゃってさ。
ああ、それを言うなら俺の方が悪かった。ミオをずっと待たせっぱなしでごめんな。
昨日のお祭りの準備のことかな。どうだったケイチくん。しっかりとお仕事してた？
Yes, but also horrifying. The slight muscle pain throughout my body and my sluggish movements were already obvious. It means your muscles are growing. Yeah. Positive.
頑張ってたよ。へばってたけどね。
ね。Rena is more like a dog girl than cat girl? Ah, that would be cute too. I grinned dryly and the three of us break out into laughter.
サトコとリカちゃんは祭り会場で合流か？
うん。リカちゃんはほら、大切なお勤めがあるから昨日からずっと。さとこちゃんもそのお供だそうだから、もう二人とも神社にいるよ。
Makes sense. Right, I just remembered. Today was Rika-chan's big performance. She's been practicing especially hard for this day. As her friend, I needed to make sure I went and cheered her on.
よっしゃ、 早速行こうぜ。
It's getting dark. As we got closer to the shrine, we started passing by more people and seeing a lot of parked cars. It began to get noisier too. I thought I could hear something like a Bond dance song. Without being able to restrain my impatience, I dashed up the entire flight of stone stairs.
ケイチ君早いよ。待って。
たくケイちゃん、お子様なんだからな。
I'm excited! Excited! My first festival! Whoa! The shrine grounds! They were packed with people! It was a festival if I ever saw one.
わあ、今年も立派だね。すごいね、すごいね。
南沢中から出てきてるんだろうな。ありゃ、君吉分家の寝たきりじいさんまで来てるじゃない。あのじいさん、去年の綿流し以降ずっと布団の中で過ごしてたんじゃないかな。
Yeah, there were a lot of villages here that I didn't really know. They must have all been pouring in just for today. These like realistic looking people in the background. It's great. 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 Really surreal.
さとこちゃんだ。はーい。
さとこ。
あら、皆さんでございますの。こんにちはですわ。
ようさとこ、今日はすごい人手だよな。はぐれて迷子になるなよ。
誰が迷子になるんですの？
I wish realistic looking people. Do you?
あれ？リカちゃんは？まだ自由時間でしょ？
You know, this is just that. I remember when they talked about that Hinami-Sawan people thought they were like superior to normal humans. Like, this is what it is. There's the Hinami-Sawa genes in display. You clearly see that they're superior, the humans. Big performance, yeah.
リカは村長さんたちと挨拶してましたですわ。
Yeah, it's in smooth look, yeah. Yeah, it's exactly. You know, you spend too long in the village. One day you wake up and then you realize your hands have deformed. And your torso is really short. And your eyes are huge. Yeah.
すぐに来るでございますわよ。
Hinamizawa-fication, yeah. Am I from Hinamizawa also? Do I look like that? Do I look like that? I don't think so. I'm not sure I look. Wake up and realize you and makeup blocks can connect. And kinda. Two pieces. I don't mind. I see, Rika-chan is the shrine maiden for today's festival after all. It's probably a pain for her to say hello to all the elders.
実に大変なのですよ。
There she is!
こんにちはなのです。リカちゃん！お持ち帰り！
You can't, she has an important job. Rika-chan wore an immaculate shrine maiden outfit that looked fresh off the shelves. It was a perfect fit for her somehow mystical appearance.
どう？丈とか長すぎない？バッチャからもしも袖がかかるようならって安全ピンを預かってきてるんだけど。
Ah, good
大
thinking.
丈夫なのです。実に快適なのですよ。
As she spoke, she began to do some twists and stretches.
いいね、いいよね、これかわいいよね。
It's so cute! So cute! There was approximately one person here getting a nosebleed from watching Rika-chan move.
ケイチ君は可愛いと思わないかな思わないならレナノになっちゃうから本持ち帰り。
You can have
すごく可愛いと思うぞ。かなりカス。不敬のふりをして写真を撮りまくりたいくらいだ。2点から撮影して立体視できるようにすれば、立体の生リカちゃんが自宅でいつでももとい眺め放題。いいねいいねいいね。
Oh, you can buy a figure of her. Rena's eyes and mind glittered with stars as our nose as our noses bled and we drooled. Ah.
リカ、あいつらに近寄ると大変ですわよ。
Yeah.
地下室とかに閉じ込められるかもしれないのです。
その割にはリカちゃん楽しそうだけど。
ミーがひどいことを言うのですよ。
We all laughed together again.
じゃ、もたもたしないで祭りを回るかね。リカちゃんの出番までそう時間がないでしょ。
そうだな。よっしゃ、行こうぜみんな。
おーい。
よー、園崎のお嬢ちゃんじゃねえの。食ってきな。豚肉たっぷりの焼きそばだぜよ。今年はイカリングまで入ってるボリューム派よ。
ああ。
へい親父。今年の焼きそばもなかなか力作じゃないの。イカまで入れるとは今年は奮発してるね。
へえ、美味しいね美味しいね。
ああ、イカってのは食ってもうまいが、それ以上に匂いが香ばしいんだよな。
Just had yakisoba noodles a moment ago. ああ。
軟弱になりがちな歯ごたえも実に見事に補ってる。イカと豚肉のボリューム感は実に素晴らしい。悪くない出来だ。
へえ、ケイちゃんって何気に料理番組の司会とかに向いてるね。
ああ。Cuddle in the wrist.
ケイチ君が美味しそうに食べてるとなんだかいつもよりもずっと美味しそうに感じるもんね。
俺はうまいものはうまいっていう主義なんだよ。だから俺がうまいっていうものはとりあえず試してみる価値があると思うぞ。
ではケイチ、この焼きそばの評価を改めてどうぞなのですよ。
一言で言うとだ、うまい。
Absolutely scrumptious.
胃袋がもう一つあるんなら迷わずもう一つ買ってるな。
Having heard my 3-star rating, the whole line of people suddenly formed in front of the yakisoba stand.
お、すごいよ。ケイちゃんがあんまりにも美味しそうに言うもんだから集客効果バッチリだわ。やるね。
It was nothing to brag about, but I still decided to stick out my chest and put on airs. Hello, Ronnie, I see you're playing this curse thing again. Curse thing? Oh, there were curses involved, so you're not wrong. Hey.
あら、そうなんですの？では、私も挑戦してみましたよ。おじさん、たこ焼き一つくださいますこと？
Could I perchance? Satoko put a stick of takoyaki, pulls a fried octopus from the adjacent stand, and after blowing on it, put one of them into her mouth.
どうかな、さとこちゃん。美味しい評価が出るならレナも買うよ。
Chomp chomp, chew chew, gulp.
さあ、料理評論家の北条さとこ審査員のご感想をどうぞ。
Though she was all in for it a moment ago, Satoko hesitated to give her thoughts. Hey now, what's the matter? Everyone else takes one of their own and puts it into their mouths.
あれれ、レナのは外れだね。僕のも外れです。タコさんが入ってないのです。
What? How is it takoyaki if there's no taco? It's just yaki. The original Higurashi art style, yes. Yes. Could this be some sort of summer festival only octopus free takoyaki stand? An evil takoyaki stand that skimmed on the octopus because they figured out it would make them some good money today.
あ、私のには入ってたわ。うん。タコが入ってる分には十分うまいよ。
このタコなしたこ焼きをどう美味しそうに解説すればいいんですの？
Everyone wondered about that. Our quizzical look seemed to be drawing equally dubious stares from the people in line.
こんなのはどうかな。たこ焼きなのにタコが入ってないからとってもヘルシー。タコの嫌いな人でも食べられる美味しいたこ焼き。
After hearing that, several surprised guests left the line. It had the exact opposite effect.
次は私が挑戦するよ。小麦粉やネギ、紅生姜の味などの素朴さをしっとりと味わわせてくれる自信作。タコが入ってない分だけ素材の味が程よく。
It wasn't half bad. After hearing that there's no octopus in its claws, even more people left the line.
リカちゃんは何かいいコメントはあるか？率直でいいぞ。
これで400円は高いのです。
Gah! That was too honest. Even more customers left the line, dealing a lethal blow. There were other takoyaki stands around after all.
いやー、なんか私らとんでもないことをしてるような。ほら、さとこ、あんたが始めたことなんだからビシッとここで逆転させなさいよ。
This game takes the wildest stance.
無理でございますわ。
It's fun though.
タコの入っていないたこ焼きなんてどう褒めればいいんですの？
Gah! You idiot! Satoru's angry outburst was the finishing blow.
お客さんみんないなくなっちゃった。あれれ、おじさん睨んでる。なんでだろう、なんでだろう。はあ。
Sigh. There's no saving this crowd. Perhaps I, Keiichi Maebara-sama, will lend a generous hand.
ケイイチならきっとなんとかできますですよ。タコなしたこ焼き屋さんを助けてあげてほしいのです。
笑顔でトゲのあることを言うな。まあ分かった。俺がプロの技を見せてやるからよく見てろよ。
I shoved the stick into an octopus-slash takoyaki and crammed it into my mouth. As before, there wasn't any octopus in it. But Mion's had some in it. That was the important point.
このたこ焼き屋の親父さんは本当の意味でたこ焼きが好きなんだ。いや、愛してると言っていい。
Really? Huh? Everyone gasped in surprise, including the takoyaki vendor glaring at us.
あの親父さんは本当にたこ焼きが大好きなんだ。大好きだからこそいい加減なたこ焼きを作りたくないんだ。そうだね、親父さん。
The takoyaki vendor looked down, unsure. Those watching were listening intently, wanting to know why octopus-less takoyaki deserves such a high rating.
でもケイチさん、そんなにたこ焼きが大好きならどうしてタコなしたこ焼きなんか作りますの？たこ焼きに対する裏切りではございませんの？
そうだな、ある意味裏切りだ。だがこれは親父さんにとっての最大限の妥協点なんだ。親父さんは今日だって本当のたこ焼きを作ってるよ。でもそれはこの中のほんの一つか二つでしかない。
まあそうだね。私の食べた一つにはタコは入ってたし、タコが入ってる分にはそんなに悪い味じゃなかったよ。
そう、それが本物のたこ焼きだ。それ以外のたこ焼きは8個入ってなきゃたこ焼きじゃないという一般人の先入観への最大限の妥協なんだ。
8 pieces on the stick?
ケイチ君の言う意味がわからないよ。どうして本物は一つで他は偽物なのかな？
その秘密はタコにあるんだ。親父さん、このタコ本物の明石のタコだね。近年明石のタコの水揚げは激減してとても高騰しているんだ。たこ焼きなんかにとても使えないようなとても高い値段になってしまってるんだ。
Then the man who had been looking down this whole time mumbled.
そうよ。明石のタコはすごく高いんだよ。
でも親父さんは明石のタコにこだわったんだ。安物のいい加減なタコを使えばいくらでもごまかせるのに。明石のじゃないのに明石という上りを立てて販売してるインチキたこ焼き屋はいくらでもあるのに、親父さんはごまかさなかった。嘘をつかなかった。タコは明石、この一点だけを堅くなに譲らなかったんだ。親父さんはたこ焼きを愛してた。だから嘘をつけなかった。でもどうしても一点だけ強いられる妥協点があったんだ。
それは何ですの？
数さ。たこ焼きってのは一船8個がポピュラーだ。いくら本物の明石のタコだからって言って400円で1個だけってわけにはいかないだろ。でも8個にしなくては買ってもらえない。だから親父さんは涙を飲んだ。本物のたこ焼きを1つ作るために残り7個に嘘をつくしかなかったんだ。
Oh, the octopus-free takoyaki burst into tears. I gently clapped one of his shoulders.
みんなが何と言おうと俺はあんたの純粋さを忘れない。
That's so inspirational.
あんたこそは本物のたこ焼き屋なんだ。あんただけがたこ焼き屋を名乗っていいんだ。
Clap, clap. And then everyone clapped. Everyone clapped. As I embraced the shoulders of this man, shedding his manly tears, those watching delivered a round of applause, moved by my speech.
さあみんな、この本物のたこ焼き屋のたこ焼きをどうか食べてやってくれ。こんな純粋な男を大事にしなくてどうして本当のたこ焼き道が守れようか。みんなが食わないなら俺が食うぞ。
た人たちがみんな並ぶよ。
イエーイ。
やったやった。
たこ焼きが美味しそうに感じたってより、ケイちゃんの味演説が面白かったからだろうね。ケイちゃんってガマの油売りとかやったらかなりウケるかもしれない。
スーパーの実演販売でもやればウケそうですよ。怪しい万能包丁とか売りつける仕事に向いてそうですわね。
Absolutely stunned at my successful pitch. The guy manning the stall next to this one called out to me.
おいおい兄ちゃんたち、うちのあんず飴も頼むよ。
よし、要領はつかめただろう。今度はレナが行け。
よーし、頑張るよ。はあんず飴が冷えててとっても美味しいんだよ。水飴の上にね、ちょこってあんずが乗ってるの。はう、かわいいね。
It's so cute.
おかえり。はう。
It looked like she lost herself in this midway through. But a girl giving it such a natural praise was itself bringing in some customers. A line was quickly forming behind Rena.
今度はお好み焼き屋だ。サトコ、行け。
焼きそばに揚げ玉入りでカリカリなのがとっても美味しいでございますわね。大きなベーコンが丸ごと敷いてあって、かじるとほらピローンって出てきて、
おお、うまいうまい。それなら俺も食ってみたくなる。
Then a huge line formed at my words. What on earth is this? So basically, all these onlookers are just following us around all these stands.
みんなのを聞いてから食べると、いつもよりずっと美味しく感じるからなのですよ。
Why were they doing this again? They're having fun! They're having fun as friends. Enjoying a life. So that's it. Even Rikatsu was gorging herself on food. Getting the sauce on the baby she put on to prevent her shrine maiden outfit from getting dirty.
よーし、おじさんも盛り上がってきたよ。よし、ケイちゃん、私はどれだ？
よっしゃ、ミオはさらにその隣の露店へ行け。ミオンの底力を見せてみろ。
あれ？でもケイチくん、お隣のお店は。
Goldfish scooping stand. A bit out of our element.
いや、部活の部長たるもの、相手が何であれ逃げられないね。やってみるよ。
ミオンさんのお手並み、拝見でございますわ。
The onlookers were also watching Mion with hopeful eyes.
いらっしゃい。はいよ、アミットワン。
よし、やるぞ。
金魚はみんな生きがいいね。実に美味しそう。この小さいのなんかそのままボリボリと生でいけちゃうよね。
No! Mother.
ミオンさんは何を言ってるんでございますの？みーちゃん、食べてたの？去年レナからもらったのも食べちゃったの？
違う。私そんなこと言ってない。
Mion's face went red and she shook it vehemently in denial.
いや、でも今ミオン、お前自分で言ったぞ。実に美味しそうだって。
ええ、確かに言いました。
Oh no!
お姉って雑食ですから、口に入れば何でも食べちゃうんです。
Omnivorous sister.
美味しいなら今度僕も試してみるのです。
No, don't!
ダメだよリカちゃん、お腹壊しちゃうよ。
Wait a second. Hey, what the hell? Shion, how long have you been there?
はーい、ケイちゃんにお姉にみんなこんばんは。
あんたどこから湧いてきたのしよ
焼きそば屋さんの時からずっとです。お姉たちは騒がしいからすぐに見つけられました。
もうあんたは関係ないでしょ。早くどっかへ消えなさいよ。
もうお姉もあまり私を邪険にしないでください。
I watched all this anime but never played the game. I was the same. Same for me. I started reading this last year.
ね、ケイちゃん。
We've been going through them kind of slowly.
私が一緒でもいいですよね。
She asked, grabbing my arm and pushing her chest into it. Stop it! Stop it, you! Stop it, you!
ケイチくん、鼻血出てるよ。
ところてんを押したらニューって出てくるだろ。
Excuse me. Excuse me.
あれと同じだ。
Excuse me.
これは抗いようのない現象なんだよ。
へえ、そうなんですか。じゃあ力を入れたらもっと出てくるかな。ぎゅ
What a sentence! Oh my god, I'm not reading that, okay. Don't take this out of context. It's not much better. Not much better. Read it, you coward. Shion's her cleavage. It's right up against my chest. Drip. Okay, I read it. Yeah. 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 Perfect undercoming.
不潔ですわ。
いや。
もらいましたよ。僕の平らなお胸ではどうなのです？
Rika, no! Rika, no! No, don't stay out of this. Rika-chan clasps onto my other arm to rub. A plentiful plump feeling on my left shoulder and the sour sensation of a young unripe fruit. Right. Punch! Punch! Yes! Yes! Good! Boom! Boom! Bang! Oh, all of us got punched. Yes. Rika-chan and I, our faces now bruised, fell to the ground, limp sprawled.
よくやったレナ。
Yes, good. Good punch. Punch.
レナに殴られたのです。痛いのですよ。リカは自業自得でしたよ。
Sheesh. Now that Shion was here, the energy around us had increased by 120%. Evil
お姉
woman.
の友達は実に愉快です。退屈しないな。
ああ、そう。あんたさえいなくなればもっと愉快なんだけどね。
もっと一緒にいたいけど、あんまりケイちゃんを誘惑すると本当にお姉に噛みつかれちゃいそうです。
Ah, yes, okay, you're admitting. At least you're admitting it.
だから私、
What
一
you're
時退
doing.
却しますね。また来ます。じゃあね、お姉。
二度と来るな塩負けしよう。
X, be gone, demon! After teasing Holder sister so much, Shion ran away into the crowd of people and disappeared.
なんだか珍しいミオンさんを見た気がしますわ。しーちゃんが一緒だとみーちゃんなんだかかわいいね。
Cute! Rina smiled happily, earning her a whack on the head from Mion.
アホなこと言ってんじゃないよ。次行くよ、次。
We end about just like that, really noisy and lively to the other stands. We were paying money towards the beginning, but midway through, the guys running the shops thought we were just too funny, and we ended up being able to fool around without paying much more. Thomp! The vigorous sound of a big taiko drum echoed through the air.
リカ、そろそろ時間みたいでございましたよ。あ、いよいよなんだね。
Right, it's just about time for Rika-chan to appear in the offertory dance.
ちょっとドキドキしてるのです。
信じなって、自分を。リカちゃんが流してきた汗は絶対に無駄になんかならないから。
Huh? Yes. Mion slapped hard on Rika-chan's back.
そうですわ。リカはきっとやり遂げますわ。頑張るのですよ。その息だよ。
I balled my hand into a fist and raised it into the air.
応援してるぞ、リカちゃん。ファイトオンだぜ。
ファイト
Ah! Rika-chan gave the best smile I'd ever seen, then pivoted it on her heel and ran off.
じゃあ私たちも行こうよ。
Bad move to punch a shrine maiden before. You're gonna get cursed.
そうだな。応援してやろうぜ。
ダメですのよ。演舞中は静かにしていないといけませんでございますわよ。
Condy cheese. I rubbed a hand through her hair. She was worried about her good friend up to the end.
なら急いで行かないと。いい場所がなくなっちゃうよ。行こ
う。Let's go. Mion ran off, and everyone else followed a moment later. A large amount of people had already clustered into the tight space to watch the edifying dance.
こりゃ すごい人出だな。
I turned around to look at everyone else, but nobody was there. Where'd everyone go? And another one. They probably got lost among all these people. Finally, I spotted the back of Mion's head on the other side of the crowd. Are you sure it's Mion? It definitely doesn't look like I can get over there. Well, we got separated. No big deal. We can just meet back up when Rika's dance is over. I gave up on finding the others and wandered around, trying to look for a place where I'd be able to see better. It didn't take long for me to realize I had to settle for watching between the heads of the people in front of me, though. Thank you! Thump. Once again, an even louder taiko drum resounded. This was the one to announce the beginning of the dance. I couldn't see very well, but it seemed like Rika-chan had come on the stage with the elders, who were in priestly garb. I heard low exhalations of admiration and the seniors rubbing their prayer beads in gratitude. Everyone's heads were in the way, and I couldn't see. It was really frustrating. We should have cut playtime short to come here to get good spots earlier. After Rika-chan intoned the prayer, she took the festival hall and walked to the pile of quilts stacked on the altar. That's right. The point of the ceremony was to purify the bedding and to hold a memorial service, wasn't it? Then the solemn offertory dance began. She had practiced using a mochi-pounding mallet. The awkwardly shaped festival hall Rika-chan held seemed really heavy. Back and forth, up and down. It was doubtless difficult to even lift in the air, but she sweated and waved, raised and dropped it again and again. She couldn't just deal with it and do it grudgingly. As the shrine maiden, she needed to retain the dignity and solemnity present at this festival. There must be a ton of pressure on Rika-chan's shoulders right now. Damn, why am I cheering her on from a place I can barely see her? I'm her friend, so I should be right up in the best spot rooting for her.
Kei-chan, kochi.
Someone tugged lightly on the back of my shirt collar. It was Shion. She beckoned me outside the crowded ring of people. She had a mischievous grin on her face, and I took it as her saying she knew a good place nobody else knew of.
Shion? Nanda?
黙ってついてきてくださいね。
After she told me so, she ran a big detour around the throng. Man, it's great to have someone who knows the lay of the land here at times like this. Impressed though I was, I nearly lost sight of her right away. No more getting separated from me. I ran after her so that I wouldn't be left behind. As I wondered in anticipation what kind of secret spot Shion had in mind, we left the crowd of people and went around to the back of the shrine grounds.
おいおい、どこ行くんだよ。これじゃあどんどん離れちゃってるぞ。
黙ってついてくればわかりますから。
Shion gave me a wink that reminded me of Mion as she said that. No sign of people, and not much moonlight. It was dark. We had gotten pretty far away from the crowd of people on the shrine grounds. How are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance from here?
そっか、どこか高いところがあるんだな。屋根の上とか、そういうところから見下ろそうって言うんだろう。
はい？なんで屋根に登んなくちゃいけないんです？
だってそうじゃなかったらどうやってリカちゃんの演舞を見るんだよ。
リカちゃまの演舞なんか見たかったんですか？
Yes。
ケイちゃん、ひょっとしてストライクゾーンものすごく低くありません？
なんだか話が微妙に噛み合わないぞ。お前は俺をリカちゃんの演舞がよく見える場所に案内してくれるんじゃないのか？
はい、誰もそんな約束してませんよ。
Gah! What's going on? Why me? Why do I always misunderstand Xion? Is it my fault? Am I just reading the wrong things into it?
じゃあお前は俺をなんでこんなところに呼び出したんだよ。
With an expression that indicated she wasn't fooling around, Xion pressed her index finger to my lips and said slowly and quietly, "This place is a dark, dead, empty spot. You can't see it from the festival grounds. And now a male and female of the same age are alone together." Eh? Could this be it? Xion, she's not planning something crazy again, is she?
あれを見てください。ほら。
Xion whispered, pointing into the dark underbrush. And there we saw two figures, one male and one female.
なんだありゃ。まさか。
合いびきの生現場に決まってるじゃないですか。ほらほら、よく見てください。あれ、誰だかわかります？
I peered intently into the dark at Xion's suggestion. Ah, it's Tomitake-san and Takano-san. The two of them were clearly breathing quietly and then glancing around to make sure nobody knew they were there as they crouched before the entrance to a wooden storehouse-like building.
まさかシオン、これを見せたくて俺を呼んだのか？
ケイちゃん、リカちゃまの演舞は毎年見られるけど、こういうのは二度とお目にかかれませんよ。
I had thought the Sonozaki sisters each had their own personalities, but at times like this they seemed all too similar.
俺は帰るぞ。二度とこんなのに呼ぶなよな。
今動いたらバレちゃいますって。
At a noisy argument, Takano-san suddenly turned around.
あらあら、どなたかしら？
We held our breaths and tried to wait it out, but it seemed like Takano-san was now acutely aware of our presence. Xion and I exchanged glances, then gave up and climbed out from behind the bush.
どうもこんばんは。お月様の綺麗ないい夜ですね。
あらあら。シオンちゃんに前原くんじゃない？こんばんは。月の綺麗な夜ね。
おやおや、ケイチ君も隅に置けないね。こんなところで合いびきかい？だとしたら僕たちとんでもないお邪魔をしちゃったかな。
You're the ones who were meeting up secretly. Tomitake-san and Takano-san laughed at themselves, and it got on my nerves for some reason.
ってことは、富武さんたちは合いびきしてたってわけじゃないみたいですね。
それはもちろん違うよ。そういうロマンスも嫌いじゃないけどね。
残念だけど、あなたたちが覗き見したくなるような合いびき現場じゃないのよ。期待に添えなくて申し訳ないわね。
合いびき現場じゃなかったら何してるんですか？富武さん、今扉の南京錠をいじってませんでした？
Huh? After she said that, I looked at the two of them again. And I definitely saw it. They were hunched in front of the warehouse door, fiddling with a pretty heavy-looking padlock.
バレちゃしょうがないな。 僕たちが倉庫破りをしてたなんて内緒だよ。
内緒って、それ泥棒ってことですか？
I demanded unthinkingly, just because of how absently Tomitake-san was grinning.
いやあね。泥棒ってのは物を盗む人たちのことでしょ。別に私たちは物を持ち出そうとしているわけじゃないのよ。
へえ。じゃあ何のために鍵開けなんかしてるんですか？ここ開かずの西宮殿ですよね。古出家とほんの一握りの人間しか入ることが許されないっていう。
Storehouse for ritual tools. Forbidden storehouse. I took a few steps back at that and looked on the entire warehouse. It certainly looked like one, built removed from any signs of people, almost as if in secret. It was filthy, revealing how little it was ever opened. And it was built to be durable, giving a strange, overpowering impression. Now that I looked at it more closely, it was certainly different than normal warehouses.
ここはね、西宮殿といってね、細具をしまっている倉庫なの。いえ、細具を祀っている神殿と言ってもいいかもしれないわね。リカちゃんが奉納演舞で使っている祭事用の桑も今日までこの中にしまわれていたものよ。もちろん古出家の人間以外は汚れを持ち込むから立ち入り禁止の不可侵領域。
Maybe it's not a good idea to.
聖域なの。
Maybe it's not a good idea to barge in. Shouldn't we absolutely not be coming to a place like this then? However, Takano was wearing a childlike expression, an innocent smile at best, and a terribly cruel grin at worst.
私、ひなみ沢の昔語りや伝承を趣味で研究してるって言ったわよね。
Yes.
私の知的興味のさまざまな答えがこの中に詰まってるの。この中に入れるチャンスを今日までずっと待ってたんだから。
Chance. Everybody's eyes were fixed on the dance at the shrine grounds today. This was the ultimate blind spot.
へえ。富武さんに鍵開けの技術があるなんて知りませんでした。
あ、よしてくれよ。僕だっていやいややってるんだよ。
付き合わせてしまってごめんなさいね。でも二郎さんのおかげよ。感謝してるわ。
やれやれ。でも高野さん、こういうのはこれっきりにしてくれよ。こういうところに黙って入り込むのはやっぱり気が引けるよ。
やっぱり二郎さんはいい人ね。
Clink! Tomitake-san undid the padlock and placed it to the side.
開いたよ。
ありがとう。いよいよね。
Takano-san gulped, with an unusually excited air about her. She gave the heavy door a shove. The sharp smell of mold and dust flowed out from the gaps in the gap in the door. I had claimed curses didn't exist, but in this situation I could believe in them. If we went into such a holy place with our shoes on, it feels like we could be punished somehow.
どう?
Oh, that's the problem. Oh, the shoes are the problem, not the break-in. Ah, I see. I see.
あなたたちも共犯なんだし。せっかくだから一緒に見学しない？ひなみ沢の皮脂を埋める貴重な文化遺産の見物会よ。 今日だけの限定会館。
別に俺たち共犯ってわけじゃ。
You can still leave?
面白いと思いません？ねえ、覗いてみましょうよ。
Shion said, predictably, linking her arm with mine.
でも、これは絶対いけないことだよ。神聖な倉庫なんだろ？西宮殿って言ったっけ？ますます勝手に入っちゃまずいよ。
私は一応園崎の人間ですから、この中にあるものはおおよそ想像がついてます。でもそれはケイちゃんにも見てもらいたいものです。
俺に見てもらいたいもの？
I thought it was just a ploy, but Shion's eyes looked entirely serious. Of course, she was the sort who could lie with a straight face. Of course, I was an average boy too. My curiosity was at least twice that of a normal person. Sleeping, forbidden treasures. Never to leave this warehouse. Chances like this don't come around too often. If I had to choose then, I want to see. Until the locked door is open though. I don't know about this.
面白くないって思ったら、ケイちゃんはすぐに出ればいいです。きっと興味を惹かれると思いますけどね。
Tomitake-san spoke after listening to our discussion, himself having sat down on the stairs to take a short rest.
僕がここで見張っててあげるから。
Average boy confirmed to have twice the curiosity of a normal person. So yeah, average boys are not normal people. Apparently.
一緒に見てきてごらん。僕はあまり趣味じゃないけど、圭一君みたいな若い男の子には結構面白いかもしれないよ。
He said, laughing mischievously. What makes you say that? There's no ill will in his laughter.
富武さんはこの中に何があるのか知ってるんですか？
まあね。高野さんにたっぷり聞かされてるからね。
相方の特殊な趣味に付き合わされる殿方も大変ですね。
Tomitake-san didn't answer that, only responding with a pained smile. Takano-san had this kind of scary air about her, like she'd drop absolutely everything else for something she had interest in and go straight for it, but... Tomitake-san, on the other hand, seemed like the gold standard of what a normal person should be. Having him tell me so frankly to go check it out only made the guilt feel lighter.
じゃあ、ちょっとだけな。面白くなかったらすぐ出るぞ。
You got it. Shion gave me another Mion-like a wink.
決まったみたいね。じゃあ、行きましょうか。二郎さん、留守番をお願いね。
Tomitake-san waved his hand to see us off. The inside was pitch black, but Takano-san turned on the battery-powered lanterns he'd brought, revealing a pretty cramped front room.
真っ暗だね。みんな転ばないように気をつけるんだよ。
ご心配ありがとう。じゃあ、門番をよろしくね。ここ、閉めるわよ。
Takano-san smiled spitefully as if leaving Tomitake-san out of something fun and began to close the door.
やれやれ。じゃあみんな、ゆっくり楽しんでおいで。
There was a low, heavy, loud noise, and we were completely cut off from the outside world and covered in silent darkness. Takano-san's lantern was the only light we had.
大丈夫よ。予備電池も入ってるアウトドア仕様なんだから。消えたりなんかしないわよ。
Looks like Takano noticed my uneasy expression. I couldn't help but blush a little and avert my gaze. Deeper inside, there was a heavy and old but sturdy door with the solemn decorations on it. It was the last door sealing away what was within.
ただの倉庫なのに前室があるなんて変わってるでしょ。
一
一度に1枚ずつ扉を出入りさせることによって西宮殿の中が外に見えないようにする工夫だと考えられるわね。
Takano-san explained this, awfully impressed by the construction. But still, it's really dark in here. Huh? That over there, it's... I spotted a circuit breaker hanging from a clump of wiring clumsily attached to the wall.
あ、これ、明かりのブレーカーか何かじゃないですか?
I flipped the biggest switch I can find, and with a click, the pitch black room was illuminated by an old bare light bulb. Everyone scrunched up their faces at the sudden strobe-like brightness.
ダメです!
Before she even finished, she unslapped my hand and flipped the switch back. There was another loud click and the room returned to darkness, with only the lantern for illumination. Everyone's gonna see!
ダメです、ケイちゃん。私たち、ここに忍び込んでるんですよ。明かりなんかつけたら、バレちゃうかもしれないじゃないですか。
I'm scolded by Shion fairly harshly. It looked like she was worried about whether someone had seen them from the momentary light.
大丈夫よ。本当に一瞬だし。
Takano-san remained a relaxed adult. It seemed like she was confident she could talk her way out of it if someone did see us.
さあ、入りましょう。よいしょっと。
The even heavier door opened, and this time it wasn't just the dust that came out with the air. There was also a nasty smell. One smell was like opening a dust-filled cupboard in the back of a kitchen that hadn't been opened in years. And the other smell, the nasty one, was hard to explain, but it was like the raw odor of a fish market. From how the sound echoed, this room felt a far larger than the first. Takano-san held up her lantern and revealed the contents of the expansive room. At the back of the wall of the storehouse, right in front of us, was a Buddha-like holy object standing there, looking down at us. I was taken aback by its unseen force, lit up by the slender beam of the lantern.
あれがひなみ沢の守り神、お社様よ。
社にあるのよりずっと立派ですね。
Oyashiro-sama. So this is the spirit protecting Hinamizawa? The one guarding the holy land of Hinamizawa from the impurities of the outside world, and the one delivering punishment after punishment upon those who attempted to sully the land with the dam construction.
想像してたよりたくさんの細具が収められているようね。でも残念。どれもあまり手入れがされていないわ。状態が悪いのが悔やまれるわね。
Even in the dim light, I could see a lot of strange objects lining the walls, ceiling, and the shelves. Takano-san, speaking as if in a trance, was infatuated by the various implements filling the dark room. Oh, Knocklunder, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. They weren't very festival-like or traditional, but instead it was more like the workshop of a blacksmith or a carpenter. There were a lot of large wooden and metal tools packed in here. Putting it bluntly, it was all pretty boring stuff. I'd imagined there would be more artistic things in here from the Heian period, but these are a far cry from being cultural artifacts. My expression betrayed my dashed hopes, and they caught on right away.
あら、面白くないかしら？
俺は文系でも美術系でもないんで、あんまりこういうのを見てもよく価値がわからないです。
圭一君はよくわかってないみたいね。無理もないけれど。
Takano-san reached into a paper bag that she'd been holding the whole time and took out a worn scrapbook and began to flip through it.
じゃあ、圭一君のために昔話でも聞かせてあげようかしら。
Another story!
この地方では一般的な昔話よ。図書館に行けば教育委員会推薦の本にも載ってるくらいにね。
Telling stories in such a dark, creepy place. She must have a horror story in mind. Shion's face belied nothing but calm. If she had the same personality as Mion, she had found fault with me being scared. I'll endure it for now and pretend to be calm.
いい？じゃあ、読むわよ。
After confirming that I was going to be quiet and listen, she began to speak softly, like a kindergarten teacher reading a picture book.
昔々、ある山奥の村にね、沼があったの。
There was a swamp.
その沼はね、底なしの深い沼でね、地の底の鬼の国につながっていたんですって。
The rumors said that it was deeper than the ocean, and that anyone it swallowed would sink into the underworld, a bottomless swamp. Its name was Onigafuchi. Wait. I thought back to the story I heard yesterday about the sacrifices sinking in the bottomless swamp. Could it be the swamp that she's talking about?
ってことは、その村はひなみ沢ですね。
察しがいいわね。そうよ。当時は鬼ヶ淵村って呼ばれてたけどね。
鬼ヶ淵村。物騒な響きのある名前だな。
イメージもあったんでしょうね。明治の頃に今の名前に改称されたって聞きました。
The name of the swamp connected to hell was called Onigafuchi, which meant the demon's abyss. And the true name of this village, Hinamizawa, was Onigafuchi Village.
村人たちは鬼の国、つまりは地獄のことね。鬼の国とつながるという沼を崇めながら過ごしてきたの。でもね、ある日のこと。
The demons began to appear one after the other from deep in the swamp. The villagers feared that hell was overflowing. The demons mercilessly attacked the villagers. They could only watch in fear. They could do no more than hide themselves and tremble.
で、誰かが鬼を退治するわけですか？
残念だけど、このお話には桃太郎みたいな正義の味方は登場しないわ。
じゃあ、村を挙げて戦うわけですか？
まさか。村人たちに鬼と互角に戦える力などあるわけもない。
じゃあ、村を捨てて逃げるしかないですよね。
それも無理ね。村人たちにとっても村は大切な郷里だったから、どんな恐ろしい鬼が攻めてきたからといって簡単に逃げ出せるはずもなかったのよ。
じゃあどうするんですか？滅びるしかないじゃないですか。
Unable to fight and unable to run. All they could do was wait for the village to be destroyed. Then, when everyone had lost hope, their god, Oyashiro-sama descended onto them.
なるほど。つまり天からやってきたお社様が鬼たちをやっつけるわけですか。
ケイちゃんは男の子ですね。すぐに腕力で解決する方に走るんですから。
Sion sighed, a little annoyed. Embarrassed, I held my tongue.
お社様はね、やっつけるとかそういう暴力的な神様じゃなかったの。もっと優しい慈愛のある神様だったの。
Love! Little love. The strength of Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens couldn't be compared to that of the demons. They didn't even fight. They simply prostrated themselves before this radiant authority. Oyashiro-sama urged them to go back to hell, from whence they came. But the demons wept and challenged him, saying they could never return.
鬼たちの世界にも厳しい戒律があってね。彼らは地獄を追放された鬼たちだったんですって。
Demons, who didn't have a place to go, neither in hell nor in the human world. Of course, they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry.
村人たちも話を聞くうちに少しずつ気の毒になっていったわ。それでね、村のみんなで話し合った結果、鬼たちと一緒に住むことを決めたの。
Like friends.
対峙するとか追っ払うっていう昔話は多いけど、共存ってのは確かに珍しいですね。
ですよね。鬼ってのは元来諸悪の象徴のはず。それとの共存を決めたというお話なんだから、本当に変わってます。
When the demons first heard the village's invitation, they doubted their ears, but soon burst into tears of joy. The villagers had given them a place to live. It was said that in payment for this good deed, the demons shared their many kinds of power and secrets with the villagers.
お社様はその微笑ましい交流をとても喜んでね、鬼たちが村人と分け隔てなく暮らせるよう人間の姿を与えたんですって。そして自らも地上にとどまり、末永く両者の交流を見守ることにしたんだそうよ。
A land in which man, demon, and god lived together. I had thought the word demon was a noun meaning evil that needs to be exterminated. A god may have mediated for them, but you don't often hear happy endings like that where both sides live in harmony. I see. I guess it's kind of interesting.
普通のおとぎ話ならここで終わりなんだけどね。このお話は江戸時代にだいぶ加筆されたみたいで、まだまだ続く随分と長い話になってるわ。
After that, the humans and demons intermixed, and eventually there was no difference between them.
鬼の存在は結局村に溶け込んで消えてしまったということですか。
So yeah, the demon waifus. Like you said, yes, they intermixed.
消えたりなんかしないです。半分はしっかりと残ってたそうですよ。
The knowledge the villagers had received from the demons basically made them into something inhuman, what people call transcendent. They were all well aware of the power they had was heresy, and those below worshipped them, they lived out their lives in secrecy.
このお話がね、その後に派生するたくさんの昔話。だからこのお話がある意味基礎中の基礎。ベーシックね。
原点ってどういう意味ですか？
村人たちは鬼の血を引いているという部分ですね。つまりこの辺りに伝わるさまざまな伝承や昔話は全部その村の人たちは鬼の血を引いているというのが前提になっているんです。
There was a hint of amusement in Shion's face as she said that. It was like she wanted to say that she too had demon blood in her. Is there any proof though? Maybe it's somehow rooted in historical fact beyond just fairy tales.
あら、じゃあ前原くんは沼から鬼が現れて人間と交わったっていうのは本当にあった出来事だって信じてるのかしら？
Of course!
信じないわけじゃないんですけど。
Of course. And she said demon. She meant the ones from hell, but in ancient Japan, the word wasn't necessarily used to denote only that kind, right? The more well-known use invokes the drifting foreigner theory involves. As the story goes, Westerners who were shipwrecked in nearby seas had such markedly different customs that they were called demons. Japanese people were relatively similar in appearance to other Asians, but everything about those from the West was different. Their physiques, their faces, their skin color. In Japan, terms like red demon and blue demon evoke images especially of Westerners. Lacking in skin pigments, Westerners could sunburn easily and turn red. Being first skin, I think blood vessels appearing in the skin will look blue though. Ah! Am I a red demon? I'm orange demon. Orange! Orange! A handful of accidental aliens would drift into Japan and came under persecution being called demons. They would flee into the mountains to survive, turn into bandit groups, and attack villages for food and the like.
なんて説はどうでしょう。ちょっと子供じみてますかね。
Takano gave me a weird smile when, having come up with such an impromptu hypothesis, I unconsciously followed it up with a self-deprecation. Still, she didn't smile as if to make fun of me.
別におかしくないわよ。実際に漂流異人説を唱える人もいるもの。でも実際はどうなのかは誰にもわからない。山賊化した異人の集団だったのか、本当に地の底から来た鬼たちだったのかね。
じゃあ高野さんはどっちを信じてるんですか？
真相は別にして夢のある方を信じたいわね。その方が面白いでしょ。
True. Her answer made her sound a wee bit like a romanticist. Here I thought she would reject unrealistic stories like that.
さて、いよいよここからよ。面白くなるのは。
Takano-san brought an end to her storytelling and waits for a moment as if to tantalize us. Suddenly, Shion looked around as if something had caught her eye. Her head bobbed to and fro, like she was making sure nothing had changed.
どうしたシオン？
ごめんなさい。気にしないでください。
Shion pretended as though nothing had happened. Takano-san also made sure nothing had happened, then cleared her throat and approached to the next chapter.
村人たちに半分鬼の血が流れてるのは話したわね。実はその血なんだけど、鬼は鬼でも人食い鬼の血なんだって言われてるの。
人食い鬼ですか？急に物騒な響きになりましたね。
その血は今でも村人たちには脈々と流れていてね。時折 その血が眠りを覚ますと言われているわ。
I thought the fairy tale had a happy ending, with the humans and demons living in peace. But it began to suddenly change into a brutal, bloody story.
人食い鬼だから。何十年かに一度、どうしても人肉が食べたくて仕方がなくなる周期があるんですって。だからって村人同士で共食いするわけにはいかない。だから彼らはその度に人里へ降り、鬼隠しをしたと伝えられてるわ。
Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Reasonable? Reasonable? You can't eat your homies. Next village over though. Oh, it's alright. Alright.
何ですか？鬼隠しって。
Neighbor looking like a snack. Would you mind pouring this pot on barbecue sauce, please? There's no reason.
平たく言えば鬼たちによる誘拐行為よ。
Demon away.
鬼ヶ淵村の村人たちが人里に押し寄せ、哀れな生贄を無理やり力ずくでさらったんですって。
Takano-san's explanation was plain and simple, but when I imagined what it must have been like, it was terrifying. They lose their human reason. The villagers turn into real demons en masse. They attack the villages they loathe and the dirty world of the masses below. And then they kill and eat their sacrifices.
それじゃあ鬼と何ら変わりないじゃないですか。お社様はどうしたんです？その村にとどまって人々を見守ってるんじゃなかったでしたっけ？
もちろんお社様も了承してたそうよ。だから鬼隠しは無差別ではなく、神様が決めた生贄以外には誰もさらわなかったらしいし、ほとんどの場合は一人か二人だったって記されてるわね。
A village inhabited by those, both human and inhuman. It was like the heartwarming episode colors had inverted like a negative film, revealing the painful, the ugly truth.
そうして生贄をさらってきた夜にはね、哀れな犠牲者をおいしくいただくため、綿流しの儀式が開かれたというわ。
Watanagashi? Tonight's festival was Watanagashi. I just couldn't reconcile the fun festival with the horrible tale Takano-san was telling me.
綿流しは確か冬の間に使った布団なんかに感謝するお祭りじゃなかったでしたっけ？
ケイちゃん、綿って言いません？臓物のこと。
Shion, who had been silent until now, spoke up.
綿？そういえば言うな。魚の綿っていう。
Fish guts.
え
？Like a jigsaw puzzle, the fun times I had today, and Takano-san's grotesque tale clicked together in my mind.
綿流し。
Gut spilling. They were eating a lot, yeah. They ate a whole bunch of food at the festival. I didn't think saying that could ever feel so nauseating.
そう。前原くんの想像している通りよ。今でこそ綿流しは毎年6月に行われるちょっと早い夏祭りに過ぎないけど、 昔は違った。哀れな食材をさらってきた夜にだけ開かれた凄惨な人食いの宴のことだったの。
嘘だ。
I had no real reason to say that, but I couldn't help it.
前原君はさっき綿流しは布団を清める儀式だと言ったわね。綿が詰まった布団って何を意味してると思うかしら。
布団は布団だろ。シング、寝るための道具だよ。他に何の意味があるんだよ。
That's innocent. Oh, you sweet summer I was rattling on, desperately attempting to deny the horrible festival that Takano-san was describing. Deep down, however, I found myself understanding all too well what she meant. Futons stuffed with cotton. If the cotton represents entrails, in both pronunciation and meaning, then entrail-filled futons would have to be humans.
では、リカちゃんがやった奉納演舞を思い出してちょうだい。リカちゃんがあそこで何をしていたか。
わからねえよ。第一、リカちゃんの演舞は最後までちゃんと見てないし。
ケイちゃん、エキサイトしすぎです。
She uncrapped one of my ears, reminding me that this isn't somewhere I should raise my voice. Even so, I still can't suppress this agitation I feel.
リカちゃんが持っていた祭事用のクワ。もううすうすは気づいてると思うけど、あれは田畑を耕すクワではなくて、人間の腹をこじ開けるための解剖道具なのよ。
Oh, there come the CGs. There come the CGs. They did the dance all the way through. So I don't know what kind of performance Rika-chan was putting on after I'd left. When I told this to Takano-san, she kindly explained Rika-chan's dance to me. To summarize what she said, after what I'd seen, Rika-chan would pierce the futons with that hoe, cut them open, and pull out the cotton inside. She'd cut the cotton out one bead at a time and set it afloat. That's the kind of ritual it was.
平たく言えば、魚の綿を取り出して三角コーナーに捨てるのを仰々しく儀式仕立てにしたってことね。それで儀式はおしまい。その後はそれぞれの役割を持った村人たちがおのおのに肉を解体して美味しくいただいたって考えられてるわね。
At Takano-san's strangely happy giggle, I felt, for some reason, violent displeasure. Rika-chan, every day during our lunch break, she'd take a rice-pounding mallet into the schoolyard, and she'd work so hard, sweating bullets, to practice for the offertory dance she had done today. All that effort, all that work, Takano-san disgraced it. Even though she worked so hard to practice for today.
高野さんももう少し言葉を選んでほしいです。ケイちゃん、ナイーブなんですから、あまりからかわないでください。
A moment before I opened my mouth to express how angry I was, Shion stopped me. Shion must have been fully aware of how the story made me feel.
ごめんなさい。男の子だから、ショッキングな話は結構好きかと思って。
Takano-san spoke without a hint of malice as he smiled gracefully.
この辺まで話を聞けば、ケイちゃんにもこの最後伝の中にどういうものがあるのか理解できるようになってきませんか？
ほら。
Shion pointed out one of the walls vaguely illuminated by the lantern's light. There was. Mere moments ago, they hadn't held my interest. They were just boring-looking tools lined up on the shelves. All those uninteresting tools that I didn't understand how to use, they all suddenly took on a new meaning, and I couldn't help but let out a groan. At first they had looked like carpentry tools, like chisels and planes. However, when I thought back, I'd seen pictures of those sorts of tools before. Yeah, they came up in a Japanese history textbook. Yes, on the page introducing the Kaitai Shinsho, or the new text on anatomy.
こういうのはね、医学の本場、ドイツの文献の方がリアルに掲載されてるわよ。
These aren't carpentry tools. These strangely shaped tools, they're for dissection. Everyone knows that in the Edo period, they would dissect the corpses of those who had been put to death in order to gain knowledge about Western medical techniques. Illustrations of the dissection tools they used at the time came up in a textbook supplements. The things hung up on this wall all looked exactly the same as those.
もっと怖い言い方をするなら、調理道具といったところかしらね。
Takano-san, holding the lantern, the only light source in the room, led us along the wall. She had the only light, so I had to walk after her whether I liked it or not.
ほら。
Takano-san illuminated a coiled chain, which left a bigger impression than the other things we saw. The chain in itself was nothing unusual, but further along it were metal feathers that were like hinges, clearly meant for binding people.
ケイちゃん、あれ。
Shion tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a restraining table that was clearly shaped like a person. My spine froze. My blood felt like it was turning into a sherbet as it crawled up my back. On each of the joints, there were things like chains and iron balls attached. It was like the table was searching for its next sacrifice, ready to spread their arms wide and close them in.
多分、まな板じゃないかしら。犠牲者を拘束して、この台の上でお料理をしたんだと思うわね。
The word chopping block sent a jolt through my body. When I looked more closely, there were many dark slices carved into it, as through from a knife or a saw. There were most clear-cut signs of usage you could ask for. It proved these tools weren't just for show. They were used for their original purpose. If someone was strapped tightly onto this table, they probably wouldn't be able to move even a muscle. Their guts would be defenseless. You'd take one of those eerie cooking knives left up over there, stab them with it, and then you slice open their belly and dissect them.
話には聞いてたけど、すごい。
Before coming in here, Shion had mentioned that she had a good guess of what was inside, but it seemed to have exceeded her imagination.
まだまだあるわよ。
There's still more!
老人形館より面白いでしょ。
Takano-san had this happy expression like she was visiting a toy store for the first time. I don't get it. This Mio Takano person has nerves of steel. Are these bizarre grotesque objects that fascinating to her? I, for one, I was not enjoying myself. I'll be frank. This was all too weird for me. Still, there was something even more horrifying than all this. That would be none other than Takano-san herself. Takano-san holding the lantern, giving us such a thin beam of light. If she suddenly turned it off, then I would... What would I do when the next moment everything went totally dark? That's why I was scared. Takano-san had the only light, and anyway, I was scared. At some point, Shion had started holding onto my shirt sleeve. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. That minor sensation allowed me to feel the presence of an ally, here and now. Before we had even walked halfway through the storehouse, the air felt on my skin changed completely. These cruel tools lined up, all crammed together in this place. Some were horrible ones made to take away sacrifice's freedom, and some were tools made to efficiently disassemble and prepare the bodies for consumption. Those were just the things I understood. There were plenty of other strange-looking objects that I couldn't even guess the purpose of. Now that I was here, I didn't have the slightest desire to hear the details about what sort of horrifying reasons they were meant to be used for. At the very least, they were all completely different for the sort of clean, simple killing function of a katana. Tools to kill people were obviously constructed in such a way that they could kill people. Yeah. If that was the goal, then the person who you used them on would obviously end up dead. People are die when they're killed. The kind of tools here, however, were different. The tools that were here were for cutting people, for crushing them, for boiling them, cooking them, for grinding them. Their use, there's for torture. I'm sorry if this stuff is making you uncomfortable. I'm not mad if you leave the stream. It's a pretty hardcore stuff. So, take care of yourselves. Yeah. They weren't meant to kill people. People dying was just an incidental result. Actually, they might not even kill them. If the sacrifices could die during such a horrifying ritual process, that would be nice, but... It would be nice. It would be pretty nice, yeah. They don't even die in the end. They remain in a state of hellish pain. Perhaps they were only being allowed to live. Only now, in this moment, did I fully realize just how terrifying and fearsome that difference was.
人ってね、上手にやると結構殺さずに済むものらしいの。
Takano-san, as if reading my mind, displayed a shocking smile.
魔女狩りで有名な家系。
Yeah, never trust people. The smile, eyes closed like this. If I was always like this. Hi. Boiling people is what I turned on into run yesterday. Yay! Yay! Burning at the stake, the famous method of execution for witches, will kill the person immediately.
全身の皮膚が広範囲にわたって重度の火傷を負うと、組織の分解産物で 中毒症状を引き起こし、重度なショックを併発しちゃうから。まあ確かにそれに至るまでがギロチンなんかに比べればはるかに長いところに残虐性があるんだけど。
She describes such horrors in a strangely medical way. Well, she is a nurse. She is a nurse, so... Shion immediately answered the question I had.
高野さん、看護師さんですから。
Ah, yeah. Yeah. There's a saying that nothing can stick here a doctor. I guess it's true.
ところがね、ローマの時代の処刑方法にね、網焼きというものがあったの。バーベキューと同じにね。金網で挟みつけて炭火でじっくりと焼いたんですって。
About an hour ago, there was wacky takoyaki shenanigans. Yeah. Yeah. To think the memories of when I went to a day camp with my family would come rushing back now of all times so vividly.
これだとね。
I have to go sleep. Good night. Good night. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams.
どういうわけか、なかなか死なないらしいのよ。ものの本によると、一昼夜かけて片側が炭化するくらいこんがり焼いても、まだ意識があって流暢に話をしたなんて記述も出てくるから。
That's insane. You'd grill someone the whole day and they'd still be conscious. Yeah, the history is grim, yeah. Yeah, people are people have been way too creative. Never cook again. Stop cooking. Literally and figuratively. Yeah. It said that in ancient Rome, famous for their executions, though plenty of ways to execute someone while having the victim stay alive as long as possible. Yeah, get the whole town. Get the whole town.
その中にね、お腹を開いて腸をウインナーみたいに引っ張り出してウィンチで引っ張り上げて晒し物にする刑があったんですって。
I've never heard of that one. Oh my goodness. She was behind me, clinging to me. Not just because she was scared. She was protecting her stomach.
臓物を引っ張り出すなんて聞いただけでもすぐに死んじゃいそうでしょ。でもね、丁寧に優しくやるとね。
Tenderly.
意識がはっきりとした状態のまま腹渡を引きずり出すことって可能らしいのよ。
I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. Me too. Oh, in the scene before, I was getting hungry. It was like my organs were coiling up just from Takano-san's stare.
ウィンチで引っ張り出すっていうのはなんだか大行な方法だけど、もっと野蛮に裂いた腹から臓物をちぎっては投げちぎっては投げという、そんな恐ろしい刑もあったんじゃないかって十分に考えられない？でも処刑者には意識があるの。それは痛い以上に恐ろしい体験なんでしょうね。
She spoke with pleasure as if she had come here on a sightseeing trip. I heard Shion gulping multiple times near my ears.
ひなみ沢の、いえ、鬼ヶ淵村の綿流しもそんな感じだったのかしらね。ほら、耳を澄ませば聞こえてくるような気がしない？
I wanted nothing more than to not hear anything at all. So why? Only at times like these do I begin to hear things I shouldn't be able to. Takano-san, having realized she scared Shion and I enough at this point, smiled soothingly. Then she turned on her heel, raised the lantern, and began to walk again. If Takano-san left us here, we'd get even further away from the light. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were forced to follow Takano-san along on her field trip to the ritual storehouse.
これで軽く一周できたかしら？
Yeah.
ね、面白いところでしょ？
Yeah, yeah, that it is. It's interesting. Very interesting. She says, raising the lantern high in the center of the storehouse. The dim lighting didn't change, but for some reason it felt like I was able to see all these horrid duels at once.
ケイちゃん、上。
Shion stammered while grabbing the nape of my neck. Couldn't tell because it was so dark, but there were a lot more tools hanging from the ceiling as well. They all looked like they were made of iron bars, but then I figured it out. Cages. For cages, they were very small. Cramped cages just for one, like a casket. If you got locked up in there, no, you wouldn't get locked up inside it. There was another tool meant for restraining people, where the iron bars would squeeze you tightly. All the so many big and large things of all shapes were hanging down. Takano-san's mention of execution by grilling crosses my mind. We weren't just surrounded on all sides by these terrifying instruments. Things climbing the ceiling were even hanging over our heads.
ヨーロッパの拷問道具にこういった鳥かごがたくさん登場するわね。日本にもあったなんて驚きだわ。
ケイちゃん、あれ中に入ってない？人？ミイラ？
どれ？
Shion desperately pointed at one of the many human-sized bird cages hanging from the ceiling, but I couldn't tell which ones he meant. In the dark, there wasn't any way you could tell if something was there in the first place.
私には何も見えないけど。見間違いじゃないの？
Shion didn't seem convinced, but without a means to confirm for ourselves, we couldn't do much but wonder.
これで前原くんにもなんとなく信じられるようになったんじゃないかしら。ひなみ沢に伝えられる恐ろしい儀式の数々が。
It's got nothing to do with believing in them. Now that I've been shown the real thing like this, there's no possible way to deny it. Even the nations of Europe, with all the beautiful landscapes and legends, were like a maelstrom during the terrible witch hunts in the Dark Ages. It's well known that the era gave birth to countless gruesome forms of torture and execution. Japan was the same way. Didn't it have its own era of hellscape like tortures, feasts, because of religious suppression and things of that nature? Hinamizawa itself had such a period. It had that much history behind it. Even in Europe, land of the witch hunts, that was all far in the past, no more than series of historical events, and in this age nothing that abnormal would ever happen. That must apply to Hinamizawa as well.
中世の暗黒時代とかがそうだったように、ひなみ沢にも暗黒時代があった。そういうものなんだと解釈します。本当にひなみ沢でこういう恐ろしいことがあったのだとしても、それは大昔の出来事なんです。今暮らしているひなみ沢の人々とは何の関係もないことです。
前原くんは本当にひなみ沢が好きなのね。
It didn't sound like she was making fun of me. Takano-san gave me a light smile.
でも高野さんはその風習が実は現代にも残っているんじゃないかと思って研究をしてるんです。そうでしたよね。
Shion suggested something that made my heart leap into my throat. Are you telling me that all these horrible things are still going on even today?
これ本当に内緒なんだからね。しおんちゃんは理解のある人だから話したけど、他の村人には聞かれたくないの。下手をしたら罰当たり者ってことで袋叩きにされかねないんだから。
Punished? Shion flashed a devilish smile as if reveling in the immortality of it.
前原くんも内緒にしてね。知られたら私、お社様のたたりに会うか、生贄にされちゃうかするかもしれない。たたりなら今年はどんな死に方をさせられちゃうのかしら。生贄なら鬼ヶ淵の沼に生きたまま沈められちゃうのかしら。そういえば今夜よね、お社様のたたりがある夜は。
Takano-san said, bringing her face right up close to ours. As if to say that she had the choice. She'd rather suffer the curse. That was what she seemed to be implying. Takano-san took a fairly worn notebook out of her paper bag, then began to flip through its pages. There were all sorts of references and newspaper clippings attached to them, and it had all manner of things written inside. The letters were very small and punched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what it was about.
本当は国会図書館で当時の新聞を探したいんだけどね。ほら、ここ。
A photocopy of a page from some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small, tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was just by glancing at it.
これは実際にあったお話よ。明治の終わり頃にね、鬼ヶ淵村で身元不明の惨殺死体が発見されたんですって。
An old newspaper clipping attached to this page spoke something that was no mere rumors or a fairy tale.
当時の警察の資料がほとんど残ってないそうだから、口伝と記憶によるものだけなんだけどね。ほら、これ不鮮明だけど、明治の頃の新聞の切り抜きみたい。
Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Could it be the work of a demon? Being a copy of a copy was very hard to make out, but it was more than enough to make me feel strangely tense. Near the end of the Meiji era, in old Onikafuchi village, a mangled corpse was discovered. Meiji is 1868 to 1912, by the way. Thank you. Thank you. Good info. Yes. The identity of the corpse was unknown. It It wasn't even in a state where it could be identified in the first place. I was missing a head, and each limb was separated from the body. Like the skin had been peeled off the entire body, and there were markings that implied terrible torture in every place imaginable. Not only that, but the belly had been cut open by a sharp knife, with the entrails completely dragged out. The police immediately began an investigation, but since they couldn't even determine the identity of the victim, much less the criminal, finding answers was extremely difficult.
どういう状況かわかるかしら?
I couldn't imagine such a strange sight, even if I tried. This was the first time I was ever thankful for my lack of imagination.
被害者は生きながらにして全身の皮を剥がれ、あらゆる拷問を受けていじめ殺されたんですって。そして死後にもさらに遺体を分解解剖と残虐の限りを尽くしたのではないかって筆者は見ているわね。私はどの工程も生きているうちにやったんじゃないかって思ってるんだけどね。
Really?
前原くんはどう思うかしら?
She spoke in a way intended to make me imagine even more vicious things. As my brain was already far over capacity, however, there was no way I could imagine anything more brutal. Then when I broke my gaze from Takano-san's, those strangely shaped weird tools were all around us. I wonder if you could faithfully reproduce the mutilated corpse discovered at the end of the Meiji era with the tools found in this place. I want to deny it. I don't want to admit that something so terrible could have happened at all. Even so, they were so strange, so terrifying, these tools. And if they had seen through my attempt to escape from them, they did nothing but ridicule me silently.
その薄気味悪い事件が何だって言うんですか?
筆者はね、鬼ヶ淵村の恐ろしい習慣は明治以降の近代。ひょっとすると昭和初期くらいまでは残ってたんじゃないかって結んでるわ。
This corpse at a glance appeared to have been brutally killed after a period of torture. In actuality, however, it was the pitiful sacrificial remains of the man-eater's terrifying feast. The corpse was just leftovers. It was so fantastic, so strange that it didn't feel real. Was this an extension of the legend still? It happened in the Meiji era, though, which is just too recent to be called a legend. Also, there's a newspaper clipping right here suggesting it.
でも本当にあったとしたって昔のことですよね。明治なんて言ったらそれこそ100年くらい前の。
たったよ。たった100年前のことよ。それにね、昭和に入ってからだってあるんだから。終戦直後に騒ぎになった人肉缶詰事件。あ、ごめんなさい。
What? That what?
この話はタブーだったわよね。
That what? That what? Takano-san immediately stopped talking. As he worried about Shion. Shion briefly looked somewhat angry, but that expression soon disappeared.
今、高野さん、なんて言いました？人肉缶詰って。
Just there was a huge creaking noise. Everyone ripped around to look. It was Tomidake-san, who had opened the door slightly.
驚かせちゃったかな。
ここ素敵な拷問道具の宝庫よ。
僕は遠慮させてもらうよ。生来ね、こういうのは苦手なんだ。
So honest about it. Takano held her. Sakura-san held her stomach and had to muffle her laughter as if she wanted to make a comment about his masculinity. I don't know. It's not a masculinity issue. Takano, you're just weird. You're just strange. You're just a weird woman. In any case.
演舞とセレモニーが終わって、みんな沢の方に降りていったよ。あと何分もしないうちにお祭りは終わっちゃう。
あら、いけない。前原くんがあまりにも聞き上手だから、またお話三昧になっちゃったわ。
I'd really rather you not mention me in a place like this.
次郎さんは表で待っててくれるかしら。私はちょっと写真を撮るわね。本当はいくつか道具を持って帰りたいんだけど、それはさすがに無理そうだからね。
Home. Takano-san took a camera out of her paper bag and began to snap photographs. She looked like she was having fun, like she was on a scavenger hunt.
ケイチ君も出るかい？
もう十分に見ましたので。シオン、もういいだろう。出ようぜ。綺麗な空気が吸いたいよ。
同感です。出ましょう。
I did feel a bit of hesitation in leaving Takano-san by herself in this darkness. When I thought about it though, I realized that whatever kinds of evil spirits and ghosts lurk in the darkness, none of them could hold a candle to how scary she was. True. Even if a phantasm were to appear, she'd be overjoyed and flash her camera at it. It seemed like Shion shared my somewhat rude mental images. We exchanged glances and smiled painfully. Stream still going? Yes! And also, hello! Hello! I didn't want to... I didn't want to, you know... there was such a... intense mood going on. I didn't want to read chat messages during that earlier part. We left Takano-san there, bathed in a strobe of camera flashes, and decided to go lead to our storehouse. Yay! Whoa! Everyone at the festival seemed to have gone to the stream, and their voices were very distant. The voices of the bugs, on the other hand, were clear, lending an empty feeling of adulation to the place.
どうだい？面白かったかい？
Tomitake-san gave us a somewhat mischievous grin. You should have been able to tell by looking at how pale our faces were.
富武さんと一緒に留守番をしてればよかったです。
Tomitake-san laughed so delightfully that it wiped away our dark feelings.
シオンちゃんはどうだったかな？怖かったかい？
一応心の準備があった分怖くはなかったですけど、でもやっぱり実物は迫力あります。
Shion spoke like she wasn't scared at all. She really had been quite afraid, but seeing as how I was in a way worse state than her, I didn't have much room to talk. As Tomitake-san grinned candidly, my mind, exhausted and locked up by nervousness, began to calm itself.
高野さんはおとなしく見物してたかな？ほら、彼女子供っぽいところがあるだろう？宝の山を前にさぞや興奮してたんじゃないかと思ってね。
Both Shion and I laughed and left that as our answer.
見るだけならいいんだけどね。こっそりと何かを持ち出したり、 いじくりすぎて細具を壊したりしないかが心配なんだよ。
Right, that's quite possible. She's alone in there right now. She might pilfer something small and easily concealed, hiding it in her pocket.
やりかねないです。
Sion said what I was thinking.
本当に何も壊したりしなかったかな。なんだかドタンバタンと飛び跳ねるような音がよく聞こえたからね。
What?
僕は不安で不安で。
What?
ごめんなさい。
Huh? Jumping?
フィルムがなくなっちゃったわ。ジローさん、フィルムが余ってたら分けてくれないかしら。
Takano-san suddenly appeared while we were talking about her, taking everyone by surprise. Tomikata-san smoothly grinned and responded as if nothing had happened. He's pretty mature.
もう予備のフィルムは切れちゃったよ。申し訳ないね。
もういついかなる時でもフィルムを残しておかないと決定的スクープ写真なんか撮れないわよ。仕方ないわね。
Tomitake-san scratched his head apologetically. Without film work done here. Takano-san seemed to have given up because of that too. We checked carefully to make sure we hadn't left anything inside, then closed the door and turned to the heavy padlock we left beside it.
高野さん、何も持ち出してないだろうね。
失礼ね。そこまで子供じゃないつもりよ。
Clack. Tomita-san set the padlock back to the way it was before. From a cursory glance, it didn't look like thieves had snuck in at all.
よし、僕たちも沢に行こう。綿を流すところくらいやらないとお祭りに来た意味がないよ。
Tomita-san spoke brightly, urging us all on. Setting cotton afloat down the stream. I shook my head a few times, driving away my dismal thoughts as to the double meaning. Takano-san, looking a little let down, kept turning back to glance at the ritual storehouse.
もうこれっきりにしてくれよ。十分に知的好奇心は満たせただろう。
まさか。むしろ新しい興味を惹かれるような発見ばかりよ。今日のでこれまでの仮説が一気に現実になったわ。これで今後の調べ方がだいぶ変わってくるんだから。
Wow, she's truly indomitable. Her curiosity really is something else. She's interested in all this, through and through. We descended the stone stairs and all the people crowding the stream gaining the view. Near the bottom of the stairs, we could clearly see people receiving cotton that had been cut for them, then wishing upon the cotton and setting it afloat down the stream. The festival was already over.
まずったな。綿流しの一番いいところを撮影し損ねたよ。
あら、まだ遅くないわよ。私が行って流すんだから。私を撮ってはくださらないのかしら？
Takano-san, with an impish expression, brought her head to Tomitake-san's shoulder. Despite his age, he looked embarrassed. I felt an honest respect for Tomitake-san, man to man, for dating such a handful of a woman. Are they dating?
じゃあね。
Are they?
前原くん、しおんちゃんも。
僕たちは今からでも沢に行ってみるよ。君たちも一緒に来るかい？
まさかお二人の邪魔なんてできません。どうぞごゆっくり。
Shion waved her hand to them with an expression just as impish as Takano-san's. Tomitake-san on his part seemed to want us to come, but whatever. Shion gave a big stretch and sat down on the stone steps.
疲れちゃいました。
同感だな。俺も疲れた。
ケイちゃんは綿流し初めてなんですよね。私なんか気にしないで行ってきてください。私は疲れちゃったんで、人混みはちょっとパスしておきます。
Yeah, if we were to go now, we'd barely slip into the end of the cotton thrifting ceremony.
お姉たちがケイちゃんのことを探してるかもしれませんから。行ってきてください。
あ、そうだ。ミオンたちと別れたままそれっきりだったな。探してると悪い。
Then Shion suddenly got a playful look on her face, then put her index finger to her lips as if to telling me to keep this a secret.
お姉ってすっごく嫉妬深いんです。私がケイちゃんを独占してたことがバレるといろいろうるさいんで、今夜のことは秘密にしておいてくださいね。
Yeah. Keep the night a secret. Don't say things that are so embarrassing.
そういう意味だけじゃないですよ。今夜私たちがしたことを思えば秘密にするのは当然です。今夜起こるかもしれないお社様のたたり、私たち4人が最有力候補なんですからね。
The loosening threads of tension became taut again. Shion, however, burst out laughing.
じゃあ私はお姉に出くわす前に退散します。今日は本当に疲れてるから、お姉とやり合えるだけの体力はないですし。
シオンってミオンと仲がいいのか悪いのかよくわからないな。
仲いいですよ。
Though as she said that, her vague expression explained that there are a lot of oddities in a relationship between twins.
俺は一人っ子だからよくわかんないな。せいぜい仲良くしろよ。
はい、余計なおせっかいと受けたまわります。それじゃあ私はこの辺で。ケイちゃんも急いで行った方がいいですよ。本当に綿流しが終わっちゃいます。
Shion stood up and brushed the dust off her backside. After watching her do so, I returned my eyes to the final ceremony of the WATANAGASHI festival below me.
でも本当にあの音は何だったんでしょうね。不愉快というか気味が悪いというか。
何の音だって？
音ですよ。ドタンバタンって。うるさかったじゃないですか。
I was giving her a blank expression, so Shion stared hard at me. I stared hard at her too.
ごめんシオン。はしょらないで最初から説明してくれないか。何がうるさかったって？
ケイちゃん、あれ気にならなかったんですか？
And all said and done, it was like we're speaking two different languages. But Tomitake-san also said
シオン。
that.
冗談抜きで初めから説明してくれないか。音がどうしたって？
ケイちゃんこそ冗談抜きで本当に気にならなかったんですか？
Neither of us was giving any ground, and both of us were staring at the other in disbelief. We were answering questions with more questions, with no signs of an actual conversation in sight. Baffled, I held in the urge to shout at her, and asked politely one more time.
もう一度聞くからな。質問は俺からだ。
She nodded silently.
じゃあ聞くぞ。音がしたって何のことだ？
ドタンバタンって。
バタンバタン。
なんだかどこか遠くの板の間で子供が跳ねてるような。 本当に気にならなかったんですか？
気にならないも何も。そんな音いつ聞こえた？俺は何も聞いてないぞ。
ちょっとケイちゃん、それ本気で言ってるんですか？
Shion, as if she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. I have no clue what she's talking about, but if it has Shion acting so like this, whatever it was, it gave me the creeps, and set a chill down my spine.
さっき最後殿の中で高野さんと一緒に見て回ってる最中、高野さんが昔話を始めた頃からかな、少しずつだんだんとちょくちょくと。
She heard a banging sound like a child jumping on distant floorboards.
嘘だろ？最後の最後で怖がらせるのはなしだぜ、おい。
I didn't hear anything at all. In fact, it was so utterly silent in there that my own heartbeat was almost deafening.
ケイちゃんこそ怖がらせないでください。なんだか高野さんの怖い話に合わせて音を立ててるようで、私ずっと薄気味悪かったんですから。
The chill rose from my spine to the back of my head. My blood turned cold as it crawled up my body. When it reached my head, my mind froze over.
ケイちゃんも高野さんも全然意にも介さない風だったので、私も聞こえないふりをずっとしてましたけど、聞こえましたよね。何度かはすごく大きな音でしたから。
Shion's eyes were begging me to tell her I heard it. I had no doubt, however, that my own eyes suggested something entirely different. You've got to be kidding, look. In that storehouse we were surrounded by brutal ritual tools that looked like they were from another planet, listening to terrifying old stories. The whole time Shira had been hearing a sound that we couldn't hear by herself. Sound that makes Shion, who heard it, tremble. Should that make Shion, who heard it, tremble, or should it make me, who didn't hear it, tremble? I didn't know the answer to that at the time. For now, Shion seemed to have made that decision before I did.
なんだよ、突然。
引っかかりましたね、ケイちゃん。嘘ですよ。嘘。
はあ？
Shion laughed, saying how easily scared I was, and clapped me on the back. Her smile seemed somehow artificial, and actually made me feel worse. Then, after leaving me with 2 or 3 generic diplomatic goodbye phrases, she left, almost like she was running away. All I could do was look after her, with my mouth agape. At the end of the day, I didn't have a clue what was going on. Shion laughed it off and said she had been lying, but she couldn't possibly have been lying. Of course not. Now that I think back, Tomitake-san said the same thing, didn't he?
なんだかドタンバタンと飛び跳ねるような音がよく聞こえたからね。僕は不安で。
Tomitake-san, the most neutral party present at the time, said he'd heard something. Then that noise, it was real? The banging sounds. Sounds as though a child was jumping up and down on some kind of floorboards far away. Oyashiro-sama's curse, which happens every year, might happen again tonight. The most plausible victim candidates were Takano-san, Tomitake-san, Shion, and me. The buzzing of the people sounded further away than I would have liked, and the sound of the insects sounded too close for comfort. I'm near so much human warmth, and yet I can't ever go back there again. That was the ominous idea that sprouted in my mind. Then all of a sudden I was pounced on from behind, causing my heart to lurch.
ケイチ、見つけたなのです。
Rika! It was Rika-chan. And I turned around. Mion and Rena were there too.
やっと見つけた。あとはさとこか。
今年はみんなはぐれちゃったね。来年からはちゃんと合流場所を決めておきたいな。
そうだね。やっぱりお祭りはみんなと一緒でないとね。
I listened to Mion's happy declaration with little bit of guilt.
ケイチは僕の演舞はちゃんと応援してくれましたですか？
ああ、ちゃんと見てたぜ。最後までちゃんと頑張ったな。ミスもなかったし。
うん、そうだよリカちゃん。あんなのはミスのうちに入らないよ。
I tensed up as I realized I'd make a mistake of my own. Mion slapped me a hand on my shoulder a little roughly. A gross sweat broke out over my whole body.
ケイちゃんはやった？綿をもらって沢に流した？
You haven't yet, right? Is what I could feel her saying. Without the courage to tell any more lies, I lifelessly shook my head.
あれ？そうなのケイチくん。早く行かないと終わっちゃうよ。
ごめん。初めてのお祭りだからさ。よくルールがわからなくて。
そうだったね。ごめん。
Mion took my hand and we started walking down the stone steps.
ねえケイちゃん。
なんだよ。
シオンには会わなかった？
My heart skipped another beat. Maybe Mion could sense my surprise through my hand.
いや、でも、姿を見たような。でも、ミオンとそっくりだからな。ミオンだったのかもしれないし。
そんなに間違えないでしょ？服装だって違うんだから。
そうだよな。
Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip upon me.
しょうがないな、シオンは。まあ、あいつのことだから、放っておいても大丈夫かな。
Mion's expression returned to her former usual smile, and we continued down the stone steps, her firmly pulling my hand along. Oh! Yay! Yay! I think that was the end of the chapter. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna leave this one here and we're gonna continue on Friday. Yeah, very long chapter. Pretty long chapter. This went a little longer than I anticipated. But it's fine. It's fine. It's a good place to leave it. Right where I wanted to. Okay. Shame. Okay. Very spooky. Very spooky. Very spooky. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go pretty quickly because because you know I haven't streamed in a few days. So my throat is a little tired. a little tired after reading so much, but it was still fun. It was still fun. Blah. Casual 5 hours. Oh, these tend to get really pretty long. Yeah, they do, because you know, a lot of story, a lot of stuff. Yeah, happy. Yeah. Is that happy? Happy about the opening? Okay. So if I what if I show it on Friday? Would that be okay? Because I'm pretty tired after this today, so let's forget about it. I'm gonna try my best. Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna show again this week's schedule tomorrow, and we're gonna play a new game from the developer of Tsugunohi. Yes, and yeah, same time as today. And good night, everybody. Thank you. And have a good night and see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye. Okay, I gotta go. My cat is